Where are you broadcasting this? Okay. And we're our audio is live or not live at this point?
Jasiel do the main play-by-play, and I'll do the rest.
Okay, welcome to the finals stream here. This is the championship of the Flesh and Blood Competitive Team League, and this is going to be the first game. We're gonna, I believe, have all 5 back-to-back here, and it is Team Kitchen Fable versus the Hyperloops.
Yeah, this is really exciting. We're wrapping up season 1 of the competitive team league. We have had 5 weeks of regular season play in a round robin style. 6 teams, they've all played each other once, and these are our top 2 teams. Hyperloops finishing 4-1 in the regular season, and Team Kitchen Fable finishing 3-2. Now these guys have played each other before a couple of weeks ago. The Hyperloops took it 3-2, so it'll be interesting to see if Team Kitchen Fable can get some revenge on them for that.
Yeah, this should be an interesting match here. The first round we're going to have for Team Kitchen Fable, we have Z the Bee here playing Viscerai, and on the right we have our Hyperloops player Jonathan, who is playing Oldhim. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's right. On the right for you guys. I'm gonna switch my camera angle here so it matches the stream. Yeah, so Viscerai versus Oldhim. Interesting match. If any of you guys caught the finals of the Australian National Championships last night, that was a Viscerai versus Oldhim game that went very poorly for the Oldhim player. I believe in that game, the Viscerai player actually won 40-0 in the finals. That was Hayden Dale on Viscerai. So we're gonna see if we can do any better here with Jonathan from the Hyperloops community trying to give a better performance.
Yeah, these are 2 high-level players that we got here. Steven getting top 32 at nationals in the U.S., and Jonathan actually took Oldhim and got a top 8 at the Orlando Calling as well. So we have 2 guys with lots of experience and some good quality tournament finishes under their belt.
Yeah. Looking at the equipment that we have set up here, it looks like our Oldhim player has gone for Crown of Seeds, Crater Fist, Nullrune Boots, and the Find-All Spring Tunic. And it does appear that he's running with Winter's Wail and the Rampart of the Ram's Head to be his weapons here. Now, in some cases, we have seen Guardian players going for the Anathos instead against Viserai and trying to put more pressure on, I believe. But that's not the option. That's not the option that Jonathan selected here. On the other hand, we look over at the Z's setup here for Viserai, and it's very standard. You know, we have the Bloodsheath Skeleta, the Grasp of the Arcanite Skullcap, and the Spellbound Creepers as well. This is a pretty standard Viserai combo setup. I think that the Spellbound Creepers is a little. That one might be a little more questionable. You know, I think there are some people who play this build, running the Sutcliffe's Suede Hides as their boot instead. And I think that is
Snapdragon Scalers run there too.
Yeah, Snapdragon Scalers. So both Snapdragon Scalers and Sutcliffe's Suede Hides are kind of more consistent but weaker than the Spellbound Creepers when it comes to this sort of build. So it's kind of a question of what you're going for. Interestingly, though, it does look like Z has selected the Reaping Blade rather than the Rosetta Thorn for this matchup. So a lot of the time we've seen Viserai players using Rosetta Thorn. That's the new weapon from Tales of Aria that allows you to deal 2 arcane damage as well as its 2 physical damage if you've played both an attack action and a non-attack action this turn. The Reaping Blade is going to be weaker on the offense, but it has this passive ability where if an opponent has more life than you, they can't gain life. And so the Reaping Blade kind of comes out sometimes to counter life gain tactics, which would otherwise be a way to try to reinforce yourself against the combo. But I have seen Rosetta Thorn more commonly with these Viserai decks recently.
Yeah, maybe Z was watching Australian finals last night. It was an Oldhim versus Viserai matchup, and Oldhim actually had gained 13 life in the first 3 or 4 turns, and so at one point it was 53 to 40, and so I think that's a strategy that Oldhim players use against the OTK Viserai, is to just gain a bunch of life so that you can help defend the rune chants later on. But we'll see how it goes. Looks like they're just getting started here.
Yeah, and one thing I will say about that also is that, you know, he may have been able to gain a lot of life, but it did not win him the game in that matchup from Aussie Nationals. In fact, he lost 40-0, which is not where you're wanting to go. Oh, we do see an aggressive start here from our Oldhim player. Looks like a Tear Asunder coming in, followed up by Winter's Wail, and I believe he did pitch an Ice Blue there for the Winter's Wail. So this is coming in, this is going to be 5 Dominate, and if it hits a hero, they discard 2 cards, and it will inflict a Frostbite token.
That's pretty good for turn 1. He's going to force him to use one of his equipment there.
No!
Oh, I guess he draws up anyway, right? So
I think he must be thinking, hey, you know, because I'm going to replace these cards, I can afford to discard 2 cards that aren't very good. I'll just take a bit of damage. I'll keep my equipment. He does end up taking a Frostbite token as well here. Interesting situation.
For your viewers, or if you're confused, if there's a 0 counter there, that I believe is going to be for his rune chance, and his life counter is the 38 up top.
He might also be using, I think he might be using that to represent energy. Some players do that.
Oh, that is true.
Okay, yeah, very, very basic turn. Looks like it's going to be a pitch to activate Grasp of the Arcanite, creating 1 rune chant, followed up by a Read the Runes red, but bringing him up to 4 total rune chants. Interestingly, it looks like Z is opting not to Arsenal the 1 card that was left in his hand there, so maybe a card that doesn't do well in Arsenal. I'm not entirely sure. And it does look like he's making another counter to make those rune chants more legible. If he is indeed playing a combo deck, which most of these Viserai builds I think are, you end up quickly reaching a rune chant count where those dice are not going to be enough.
Yeah, I believe it. On Australian Nationals last night, we saw there were like 5 or 6 different dice on that card. All were 6. If something moves the table and the dice move, then you don't really.
I think dice are an especially bad way of keeping track of things. Though some people have those little like boards or whatever that have indentations to try to make them more stable and so on. I still think it's easy to blunder with those and accidentally send them off. Looks like a Polar Blast blue was played from Arsenal. Target opposing hero may pay one resource. If they don't, your next attack this turn gains Dominate. Z does pay one resource. Because that was played from Arsenal, it is going to draw a card. Then we see Earthlore Surge blue. Next attack action card you play this turn gains +3. And then an Oaken Old, but I think it wasn't fused. So just coming in for 10 damage. And we see a, looks like a double block, blocking 6 and 4 damage gets in. And then on Z's turn, all it is a card to Arsenal, and that's it. So not a very exciting turn there for our Runeblade player.
We've had a couple strong turns from Jonathan so far. Let's see if he can keep up the aggro tempo, or if Z's going to be able to take tempo out all of this game.
Yeah, one thing I'll say is that Winter's Wail is not necessarily the weapon that it's not necessarily the most aggressive weapon available. But it does seem like some of the other things that he's including are pretty aggressive. We see an Earthlore Surge here, and he uses his Fyendal Spring Tunic to play a copy of Mulch, which is fused. So this is coming in at strength 8. If it hits a hero, put a card from their arsenal on the bottom of their deck, and it has +3. So it's actually strength 11. That's pretty frightening here. You know, our Viserai player has to block out 11 damage, or that card from Arsenal will be sent to the bottom of the deck. Not what you want to see coming at you here.
Yeah, a couple of strong turn sequences from Jonathan. And it's going to really force Steven to decide if he wants to let the damage through, or if he wants to keep trying to build up rune chance on his turn.
Some of these Earth cards from Oldhim, I think, allow you to be significantly more aggressive than we would see with some of the Ice things. I think Ice has a lot of cards that are disruptive, but are not necessarily really putting a lot of pressure on the opponent in terms of damage, whereas some of these Earth attacks have, threatening numbers coming in there. Z thinking about what he's going to do on the defense against this attack. He's at 34 life, so he's taken 6 damage. He only has 4 rune chance built up, and he might lose his arsenal card if he can't stave this off. Looks like it's going to be a Mauvrion Skies blocking 2, and a reduced to rune chant blocking 4. He does gain a rune chant, but he then gets hit hard, drops to 29 life, and loses the card that he has in arsenal. On his turn, it's going to be a Read the Runes yellow, gaining 2 more rune chants, and his remaining card just replaces the one that he lost from Arsenal. It was sent to the bottom of the deck, and it definitely feels like our Oldhim player here has the advantage when it comes to tempo right now, but those rune chants are still building up.
Yeah, I think that block made a lot of sense by Steven. He just wanted to get some more rune chants created and get a card back in his arsenal.
Yeah, 29 life now, and we see a Weave Earth red. Next Earth or Elemental attack action card you play this turn gains +3. If it's fused instead, it gains +4. Followed up by a Glacial Footsteps. I think the Glacial Footsteps was not fused, so this is just coming in for 12 with no Dominate, but 12 is a big number. Dumps the hand.
Yeah, he's just not letting up, is he?
Yeah. Our Runeblade player dumps the entire hand to block 12, and that means there's not going to be a turn here for Z.
This list looks a lot like the one that he ran at the Calling in Orlando. He was also running yellow glacials then as well.
Interesting. Okay, it looks like the Crown of Seeds is being triggered here. I guess the card that he had in Arsenal was one that he didn't find suitable. The damage reduction of Crown of Seeds probably won't be relevant unless we see a Sigil of Suffering coming out from Viserai. Ooh, and then it's another Glacial Footsteps. This time it's a red coming in for 10. Still no fusion, I think, so no Dominate, but 10 damage coming in. 3 cards from hand blocking, 9 damage blocked, 1 gets through.
Z just setting up a Time Snap potion for his future combo turn. That's smart.
Yeah, playing that Time Snap potion, it is setting up a bigger combo. So, we're seeing him, he's really getting pressured, but if he just plays a potion or plays a Read the Runes or something, he can use 3 cards on defense, then spend one of his cards to like set up for the future. And he is advancing his game plan, even though in terms of tempo, he's very far behind.
Yeah, looking at his Orlando list, he was running 9 glacials in that list. He was running
9 glacials.
Yeah.
So tomorrow, and it looks like that red glacial is going back into the bottom of the deck, and then was played from Arsenal, so it will draw a card.
5 cards here. This is gonna be something.
Oaken Old. Does he have the double fuse? He might. He has a 4-card hand. Yeah, Oaken Old double fuse coming in for 9 dominate. If this hits a hero, they put 2 random cards in their hand on the bottom of their deck in any order. Nasty. And if the remaining card that he has is a pummel, this could be a very hard hit indeed. Full equipment block coming out from our Viserai player. Arcanite, Skullcap, Bloodsheath, Skeleta, and the Grasp of the Arcanite blocking 6. And then and he does have the pummel. The yellow pummel comes out +3. So this is coming in up to 12. And it is going to land. That is nasty. Wait, unless there's a defense reaction in Arsenal.
Discard the rest of his hand because of that.
Yeah, so he's going to have to discard 1 card from the pummel, and then 2 random cards will go to the bottom of the deck.
Yes, so he won't have a turn.
I think the attacking player gets to determine the order, so it's better to do the 2 random cards to the bottom first, and then the discard. But it looks like maybe they didn't do it that way.
That hurts Z. I mean, he chose that turn to use all of his equipment to block, and
yeah, he did keep the Spellbound Creepers back, so he still has that for his combo. But he took a lot of damage on his armor and some life damage, and he lost his hand. Winter's Bite coming in. Target hero discards a card unless they pay 1 resource. Go again. Z is very much on the defensive here. He is taking some damage to his armor, and he hasn't built up that many rune chants at this phase. Looks like he is going to pay to avoid discarding a card with Winter's Bite, and then another Glacial Footsteps red coming in for 10 damage. And it looks like it's not going to be fused. Block 6. 4 damage gets through.
Yeah, Z-Storm pointed out in the chat that this is about how the matchup should go. The Oldham's trying to race Viserai to get down to 0, and Viserai is trying to build up 20-ish rune chance, he says, in order to get his OTK turn off.
Yeah, and Z just passes. Had 1 card left in hand, but didn't have anything to do with it, I guess. Just passed and drew 3 more cards. Man, it really does seem, for those of you who watched the Australian Nationals last night, we had an Oldham player in this same matchup playing extremely defensively, trying to just gain a lot of life and kind of outlast the combo. That didn't work very well for him, but on the other side of it, it looks like this aggressive strategy, at least for now, is getting some good results here for our Oldham player. What's he doing now? Crown of Seeds being used. Still has 2 resources floating after using the Crown of Seeds. Channel Lake Frigid, okay. And then a Command and Conquer. Now this, I don't think the Channel Lake Frigid is actually all that good in this situation relative to against some decks. I think the Viserai deck just isn't really doing all that much on most of its turns, so the Channel Lake Frigid doesn't impede it as much as a deck that would be taking a lot of actions. CNC gets blocked out here, as you might expect.
Yeah, that is true. He also pitched 1, so maybe he just wanted to play it to avoid having a bunch of cards in his hand.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Wow, it looks like Z is just going to pass again, though. Nothing coming out there, so maybe that Channel Lake Frigid does actually have him locked down. I'm not sure.
His Read the Runes in Modern Skies must be towards the bottom of his deck. So he might just be drawing all attacks and not wanting to use the
He
rune
did discard a yellow Read the Runes off that big turn with the Oaken Old.
Yeah, he didn't have a choice there, so I think he was sad to see that one go.
Ooh, a Weave Earth red, followed up by a Glacial Footsteps yellow. Looks like there's no fusion, but it is coming in for 12. So, lots of damage being threatened there. If we look at the overall cards in deck, it looks like our Viserai player has 33 cards left and our Oldhim player has 40. Yeah, 12 damage coming in here, and it's just damage, but 12 is a big number. Only blocking 3 here, it looks like, for Viserai. Taking 9 damage, ouch. I'm wondering if he's going to just try to do his combo early or something. He's in a very bad position right now.
And he's going to have to do something in order to shift this tempo.
Looks like he did a Sonata for 0. And it misses. Got 2 attack actions and a defense reaction, so no non-attack action there. He will create 2 Rune Chants from Viserai's ability because he played a Mordred Tide first. Oh, it looks like he was actually just waiting to do a... He was taking the damage to do a turn that's really going to build up a lot of Rune Chants for him. But I'm not sure if he has time. It'll be a Read the Runes red now that he pulled with his Become the Arknights. That's going to be another 6 Rune Chants. He's up to 18. So he's close to the point where he can do the combo. But he will have to actually draw it. And he doesn't have an Arsenal card, and his opponent has been really aggressive. So he is now, our Viserai player is now in a position where he can do the combo if he gets the chance. But we're going to see what happens here. Looks like the Crown of Seeds being used again. Our Oldhim player has really been using that a lot just to kind of filter, I think, get cards that aren't aggressive enough out of the arsenal and get more options available or something. But right now, though, if our Oldhim player stumbles, it could be Viserai's chance to go for the comeback, assuming that he has the Sonata Arcanics in hand. Looks like a Mulch red. Okay, Mulch red. That's not that bad. So it was not fused, and there isn't a card in Arsenal anyway. So this is just damage, and it looks like our Viserai player is gonna block 5, blocking 8. So he's gonna block it out. Is there gonna be a pummel here? Oh, there's the pummel. Pummel off of the Fyendal Spring Tunic. Oh, but the pummel is countered by a Sink Below red. The attack does not get through, so Z will not have to discard a card from that pummel, but he is running out of armor fast, only 1 card in hand. No cards played there from Z, but he does get the remaining card into the arsenal. Now does have 18 Rune Chants. Card in arsenal, still has a Time Snap potion up as well. We are in a point now where if Oldhim falters, it could, and Z has the combo stuff, it could be his chance to try to get in there.
Yeah, we see Jonathan continuing to fish for other cards with the Crown of Seeds, using it offensively. Most people like to use it defensively, but since he's trying to push as much damage as he can, he's deciding to use Crown of Seeds offensively to filter his hand and try to get some good combinations of cards in his hand.
Yeah, I think that works well with the fuse mechanic and so on. Sometimes you might have a bad card left in hand that ends up in arsenal because you fused, but with Crown of Seeds you can redraw that. Winter's Bite comes out. Target hero discards a card unless they pay 1 resource. Quite annoying here. Let's see whether or not our Viserai player... So, basically in this situation, you're going to be deciding whether or not you want to discard or you want to pitch. In most situations, you want to pitch to avoid losing a card, but it's possible there's some card that you want out of your deck or something that you would discard to this. However, having to pitch is still a card out of the hand. Looks like it's a Meet and Greet red pitched there. Ooh, and another copy of Mulch. Is there a fusion for this Mulch? If there is, this is much more threatening, but it looks like there's not. So the on-hit effect of this Mulch is not active. It's just 8 damage. This could be the window Viserai needs.
The last time he decided to pitch for Winner's Bite, he pitched a Sonata, so to put it back into his deck because he wasn't ready to play it yet. So it can also help with that.
Yeah, that's true. You can get stuff. Okay, so it looks like we see a block for 3 and then a reduce to rune chant, creating 1 rune chant. So now 1 damage gets through, putting him down to 12 life, but he's up to 19 rune chants. He plays a Whisper of the Oracle blue. Doesn't have any follow-up, but it will let him dig for his combo pieces there, opting to. And now we're back to Jonathan.
Yeah, it looks like he put both of those in the bottom, so I wonder if he has the Sonata in his arsenal and he's waiting for an opportunity to play it, or if he is still searching for it.
Yeah, he might just be digging for the Sonata here. I think he only has... Let's see, he played 1 Sonata, that one's banished. I don't know if he had played or blocked with another one earlier. I don't think he played more than 1, but he might have blocked with 1. So he has either 1 or 2 left. Polar Blast. Target opposing hero may pay 1. If they don't, your next attack this turn gains Dominate. If it's played from Arsenal, draw a card, but it wasn't. Z does pay 1. Ooh, and then a Command and Conquer coming in here. That is an annoying card to see here. If that card in Arsenal is a key part of the combo, Z is going to have to block out, and he does block out the Command and Conquer. So there's no pummel coming in. Cardboard Dreams in chat points out Time Snap Potion means that realistically Z can block with Creepers if he absolutely has to. Yeah, that's an interesting point. The Creepers is less... Oaken Old, and I think it's going to be a double fusion. It is double fuse with the Pulse of Ice and Loft, so his other 2 cards are still unknown. There could be a pummel. This is very bad for Z. It's not what you want to see. This is coming in for 9 Dominate. If it hits a hero, they put 2 random cards in their hand on the bottom of their deck in any order.
This is going to get him close to 0 as well, so this is very dangerous for him.
Yeah, if there's a pummel, if there's a yellow or red pummel, this is actually threatening lethal.
I mean, he had a pulse, so he still has 3 pitch in his hand.
Yeah, and because he had the pulse, he only showed 1 of his cards, so he has 2 unknown cards, which could theoretically be pummels.
In his Orlando list, he played 6 pummels, reds and yellows, and so he has more in his deck.
Yeah, I think we've seen him play 2 or 3 of them thus far. Cardboard Dream says could be 40-0 if pummel. Very scary. Yeah, it would be ironic if in the Australian Nationals we saw Viserai 40-0 Oldhim, and now we see Oldhim 40-0 Viserai. But we'll see if that's what happens. Z is thinking about what to do against this Oaken Old. Very scary attack here.
Yeah, one of the things that could save him is if he has a defense reaction in his arsenal. That would eat up some of the damage.
Well, yeah, let's think about that. So this is 9 Dominate. If he had a defense reaction in arsenal, that would be like he could do like 4 plus a card in hand would be 3, but he'd still be getting hit. I don't think he can stop the on hit. I guess actually he could have a block for 4 defense reaction in hand, a block for 4 defense reaction in arsenal, and use his Spellbound Creepers, and then he could block all 9.
Yeah, I think if he had that, he would have already played.
Yeah, I think he probably would have gone for it. And then even then, if there's a pummel, he's in big trouble. So he's shuffling his cards around in his hand.
I wonder if he's thinking about just not blocking so then he can do his combo.
Oh, pummel! I think he didn't block, and there is a red pummel. That is lethal unless he has some out. Does he have something? He has a red sink below. So that's going to prevent him from taking 4 damage here, but he's going to get hit hard. It's still going to be 9 damage getting through, and he'll have to discard 1 card from hand, and the other 2 will be sent to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. I was afraid he wasn't going to block, and then he was going to get pummeled.
Well, I think that fear was very justified. He got hit hard here. On the plus side, he did have the defense reaction to avoid just losing the game immediately, but there goes his hand. And now he's at 3 life, basically out of armor, and his opponent is going to have another aggressive turn here. This is a very desperate situation for Z.
Yeah, he needs Jonathan to just not draw a good hand, but like we've been seeing all game, he Crown of Seeds to try to filter his hand to get a better attack. So I'm expecting to see a dominated Glacial here.
Oh man, He doesn't need the Crown of Seeds this time. He has the Tome of Harvests, so he can put a card from Arsenal on the bottom of his deck to draw 3 cards.
Yeah, so it looks like he's still filtering his hand. Maybe drew a hand of blues. But yeah,
I think his Arsenal card was that Pulse of Eisenloft that we saw earlier, which wasn't going to be relevant in this situation. So he's probably quite fine with sending that one away. Now he has a 5-card hand. Z-Storm in chat says, dang, Become would have tutored Sonata. Yeah, so I think that he was going with a risky play. If his opponent didn't have Pummel, I don't know, though. He still would have lost 2 cards to the Oaken Old. I mean, I don't think it would have been real good either way. And then looks like a Cranial Crush coming in here. Cranial Crush coming in, 8 damage. If it deals 4 more damage to a hero, they can't draw cards during their next action phase. But that doesn't really matter because if it does 4 more damage, the game ends. And there are still 2 cards in hand, so there is the threat of another pummel.
Yeah. So this is better for Steven. I mean, there could have been worse things that could have come out, but this, I mean, the 8 raw damage is going to make him block with 3 cards out of hand, and that's not going to be a good sign for him.
The worst case scenario would have been like Glacial Footsteps Red Infuse, which is 10 Dominate, and I'm pretty sure just wins the game.
You know he wanted it. He's running 9 of them, so...
Interestingly, we could have actually seen this be a situation where he could have used the Crater Fist on offense for another +2. Wow, full block. Full block, dumps the hand. Looks like no damage gets through, no pummel. That means Z is just going to be drawing up yet again, and Jonathan gets to continue the aggression. Has he drawn into that Glacial Footsteps or whatever that he needs here?
If he had a pummel, then it's in his arsenal now, and that's just bad news for Z as well.
What was the total block that Z had there? He dumped the hand. I think he was blocking for more than 8, because I think at least one of those cards blocked 3, but I could have been wrong.
Yeah, there were 2 Mavrian, a Rune Blood, and a Rune Flash.
Okay, so that would have actually been blocking like 9 total then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's possible that if he had a pummel, he's like, I'm not going to play it. Like, he has a yellow pummel, and he's like, I'm not going to play it because it's not lethal and he doesn't have a card to take or whatever. I don't know. Ooh, okay. Looks like a Disable coming in here. 1 resource floating. This is very dangerous. 1 resource floating and Tunic charged up means that there is a threat of a pummel. If either the card in Arsenal or the card in hand is a pummel, we could see it. This attack is only coming in for 7. Interestingly, he did pitch this Earthlore Surge instead of playing it, which to me, it depends on what he had in terms of pitch and so on, but this does at least suggest a potential pummel. The Spellbound Creepers maybe being brought out on the defense. Z spinning the card around here, blocking with a Rattle Bones as well for an additional 3. He's blocking 4. This attack is coming in for 7. So currently he would take 3 and die. Hopefully he has something else to throw in there.
I'm sure he has another Sink Below in hand. Waiting to see if he's going to pummel it or not. I mean, if it's a red pummel,
his opponent can just say pass and you die, and like he has to play it out anyway, right?
Yeah. Yep, here we go.
Wow, he does go for the pummel. Yellow pummel coming out, I think, unnecessarily. I don't know why he played it instead of just passing, but that's okay. I might be missing something here, but it looks like, this attack is lethal. So he didn't need to play the pummel, but he's playing it anyway. Yeah, and there is a red sink. Good call there. But it's only blocking 8, and the total damage here is now 10. So he would take 2 and get pummeled and have to discard a card and be alive, but only at 1 life.
Yeah, I mean, he might want to take the sink here to try to find another defense reaction, see if he can.
Does he have more defense reactions in his deck? I'm not sure.
There's 2 or 3 sinks, and we've seen all 3 reduce, so maybe a Fate for Seeing, but I'm not sure.
The problem with these Viserai Sonata combo decks is that the more defense reactions you play, the more it degrades your Sonata odds. So there's only like a certain point that you can. There's only like a certain point where you can. Ooh, yeah, and he does get pummeled down to 1 life, discards a card. Man.
But he's gonna have to do the combo here, or else.
If he has the Sonata, I think he's got to just go for it. But either he doesn't have it or he doesn't want to risk it. He draws up, and that's it for the turn. Man, this it feels like Jonathan is really in control right now. We'll see whether or not he can pull off the 40-0. Weave Earth Red into Glacial Footsteps. Glacial Footsteps, and it's not fused. Or wait, or is it? I don't think it's fused.
Ooh, yeah, pitching the Channel Lake there.
Okay, yeah, not fused. He must have not been able to play it while keeping the Channel Lake Frigid in hand. But that does mean this is coming in for 11 damage. So it's probably going to have to be a lot of cards used on the defense here. And I'm not even sure if he can block 11. You know, these Viscerai decks have a lot of cards that only block 2. Depending on what he has in hand, this might be lethal even without Dominate. He's dead. He had a Gorganian Tome and it can't block. He finally had a Sonata Arcanix in hand, but he could only block 8, so the attack gets through. Oh, brutal game.
Yeah, that's definitely not what Steven wanted to see there. I mean, it's like he was having trouble drawing that Sonata when he needed it.
Strong victory for the Hyperloops there. We saw the reverse situation, like someone had predicted in chat there. The Australian nationals, we saw Oldhim get 40-0'd by Viscerai, and now we see Viscerai get 40-0'd by Oldhim. Tough situation for Z, but a strong win there for Jonathan to start the series off for the Hyperloops.
Yeah, for sure. Hyperloops are looking good right now with this win. Let's see what matches we have coming up next. We have Chad McKittrick versus Michael Feng. Michael Feng, as you know, is won a calling and got second place at Nationals. So they're looking pretty good with him coming up next.
So let's see here. We got Michael Feng for the Hyperloops. Yeah, he's an experienced player, I believe. The Hyperloops have really been doing well. I believe they were the top team coming out of the initial weeks of this league, and they now are in the lead to take the final as well. Though of course we'll have to see just what happens. It's possible that Team Kitchen Fable will make the comeback.
That is true. It is important to note that Michael Feng has not played yet this season. This will be his first time playing this season, so he may be a little rusty. We never know, but I mean, if you're a great player like he is, then I'm sure it's not a problem for him.
Well, it's also possible that they were keeping him in reserve for when it really mattered, or trying to bring out the big guns for the final here. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what happens there. Small Things Collectible points out in the chat they did have the ability to specialize their deck for the matchups they think will happen based on who they're playing. Yeah, that's an interesting point. I think there is a situation where the you don't know what hero your opponent's playing, but you might see their name and be like, this guy, I think he's the type of guy who typically plays Viscerai, or like you see somebody and you're like, this guy always plays Dash. And so you might take extra care to try to set something up that can do well in that matchup. On the other hand, because you don't know what hero they are, you could find yourself being bamboozled. Maybe you think you've got it all figured out, and then in order to counter this guy's Dash build, and you have some Rhinar setup that has all the item breaking stuff, and then they show up with Briar and you're in trouble. It's hard to say.
Yeah, it's very interesting the way the format is set up. Like you don't know for sure who you're going against, but you have a pretty good idea. For instance, Z's played all 5 weeks, and he played 4 of those weeks on Viscerai and 1 on Briar, and so you kind of have a good idea that he's going to be playing. Viscerai. On the other side, you have Jonathan, who played only 3 weeks. 2 of them were on Oldhim, and the other one was on Bolton, and so. Yeah, you can prepare a little bit for who you think that they might be playing as a hero, but they may also switch it up on you. And that's, I think, the beauty of this format. When you have 5-on-5, but each team person can only play one hero, you can't just all play the same hero. And so there has to be some diversity with heroes. So I think that makes it a pretty cool kind of cat and mouse, guess what your heroes, who your opponents can be playing type of format. It's really cool.
Yeah, we aren't in a someone might say, oh, isn't it uncompetitive to have to have different heroes? And it's like, in a certain sense it might be, but from the perspective of someone who's trying to have an entertaining and cool stream for the viewers, I think having the forced variety there does lead to some more interesting matchups than it would if we were just like, okay, well, play as many of the same character as you want. Prism just won New Zealand Nationals, so it's 5 Prisms versus 5 Prisms or what. I don't think that would actually happen, but I think the variety adds to the viewer experience there.
Oh yeah, and it's a team league. It's not an individual league. If it was an individual league, then we'd probably see a lot of the same heroes. But we're trying to find out who's the best team. And so, in order to have a good team, you need to be able to be good on a diverse range of heroes, and you need to be good. Your top five.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're good. The top five that you send out need to be good as well. You can't have any weak links, or else you're going to lose one of the matches.
Yeah, I think there's actually an interesting point there too, where if you're running a team and you're trying to get some testing done, it is actually important to have people who are competent on a range of heroes so that you can test against them. If you have a team that's come together and you're testing for this event, and it's like, we need to figure out how to beat Prism, and no one on your team plays Prism, you might actually have a real weakness there. So because it is a team format, I think having to have the variety makes a little more sense.
Yes, yeah. As well as it allows you to get some of those bad matchups right away out of the way. Like if you're playing if your team is a bunch of Guardian players and your opponents might play a bunch of Prism, and so the variety of heroes that you play ensure that your team doesn't face a whole bunch of bad matchups each week as well. So it looks like our next match, we got Chad McKittrick from Team Kitchen Fable on Oldham, and we have Michael Feng on Dash. This is
Michael Feng on Dash.
We have not seen Michael Feng on Dash before, and so it'll be interesting to see what he does, how he ends up playing.
Could be an interesting. Oh wait, hang on. It looks like the Oldham deck has been cleared here. Was that left over from the last game? What's going on there?
I'm not sure. They're probably working it out though.
Yeah, they're probably figuring something out. It may also be that he just loaded the wrong one and is now trying to find the right, his updated version on FabDB or something. I have a large number of decks saved for certain heroes, and it's easy to make a little blunder there, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. Let's look at these players' history in the team league so far. Like I said, Michael Feng, this is his first match. He sat out the first 5 weeks, and so this is the first time we're seeing him. So when trying to prepare to go against him, you don't really know what hero he's going to bring besides what he played at Nationals, which was Chain. Chad McKittrick played 4 of the 5 weeks. He is currently 3-1 individually. He played Chain twice, Briar once, and Oldham once. And so there's a lot of variety with him this season as well. So
this is also maybe one of the advantages of having a player that you've kept in reserve. When they see Michael, it's like, oh, well, he hasn't played a single game this league. What's he up to these days? Is he playing the same stuff he was playing in earlier tournaments? Has he gone over to Briar? Like, what's happened there? And it looks like Dash was his selection. But like you were saying, if you've played a variety of heroes, you may have a similar advantage where it's like, oh, this guy's played a different hero every week. What's he going to play this week? I don't know.
Yeah, that's definitely true. So, but Michael's one of those players where it doesn't really matter which deck he's going to be on. He's a smart guy. He's going to figure it out, and he's going to be a tough opponent every time you face him. And so Chad's also had some success this season in the national tournaments. He has top 64 in 2 of the callings and did pretty well at nationals as well. And so, well, he's had some experience. So I think this is going to be a pretty close game. When looking at the matchup, Oldham versus Dash, I think Dash is one of Dash's toughest matches as Guardian. Is Oldham too. That Ram Shield's really going to put in work this game. I think that's something to watch for, is to see how many times that Ram Shield can block out that pistol.
Yeah, I think the we saw early on when Tales of Aria was first previewed, we actually saw Matt Rogers, the well-known Dash player and runner-up at the most recent New Zealand Nationals, New Zealand National Champion last year. We saw him actually hold a mock funeral for Dash in response to that shield being previewed, which he thought was just the death knell. But since then, it seemed like Dash maybe has more game against Oldhim than people had first thought.
And that is true. I think the slower approach with the plasma purifiers really helps them go over the shield, especially in the first couple of hits.
Yeah, I have there was like an exhibition match that I streamed. I think there's a video of it up on YouTube if you search for like "Is Dash Dead Tower Number 9" or something. I actually showcased a game between I forget if it was Bravo or Oldhim and Dash. I think it was Oldhim. And the Dash player there was Kiki Labad, who did a very good job at navigating the Guardian defenses, and I think proving that Dash still had some firepower.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Michael decides to go more of an aggressive route, or if he wants to rely on more of the pistols like traditional dashes have done in the past.
Okay, they're rolling off.
Like Chad wins the roll. You think he should choose to go first or second?
And I've put a link in the chat to the exhibition match from earlier. If anyone wants to check that out. But for now, I think this game, we'll see what happens. What was that they just said in chat? Did you catch that?
Yeah, Michael said that Chad elects to go first.
Oh, okay, cool.
With a smiley face.
Yeah, and we do see a little different equipment loadout being used here. This time we have the Mage Master boots from Oldhim, as well as tectonic plating instead of the Fyendal Spring Tunic. We do have the Crater Fist and the Crown of Seeds as well, and the same Winter's Wail and Rampart of the Ram's Head combo. On the Dash side of the board, interestingly, we have the Fyendal Spring Tunic being used here instead of the more common Teklo Foundry Heart. Additionally, an Iron Rot Gauntlet, Achilles Accelerator, and the old Arcanite Skullcap.
It's interesting that Michael's using the Iron Rock Gauntlet here. Sometimes we've seen Dashes use Goliath Gauntlet.
Yeah, Goliath Gauntlet for like a Strength 8 CNC or whatever instead of the Iron Rot.
Yeah. I think they're hoping that with Everfest can come out a new set of gloves for Mechanologists.
Yeah, all heroes in Fab are not created equal when it comes to equipment. There's some heroes where it's like, if you're playing like Dorinthia in Blitz or something, you're like, every piece of equipment I have is like excellent. Well, I guess one is Arcanite Skullcap, but Arcanite Skullcap's at least pretty good. And then there's some heroes where you're like, I'm running a few pieces of equipment that don't really fit into my game plan, but at least they have some armor. Or, this is not very good, but it's the best that I can do in this space. And I think that if we do see a bunch more equipment in Everfest, as we did see with Crucible of War, that might really change how some of these heroes end up doing their equipment loadouts.
Yeah, I think that's just because of the newness of the game. Once we see more sets come out, every hero will have options in each set. But looking pretty close here. No one's got damage in yet.
Yeah, that interestingly, we saw a Sink Below being used to counter that Winter's Wail. Kind of surprising that you would use a Sink Below. That's a valuable card to have for the future. But it's possible that Michael wanted it out of the deck for boosts later. I'm not sure. Pistol Shot comes in, blocked by a Winter's Grasp. Induction Chamber used for Go Again. Ooh, and a Spark of Genius. We are going to see Dash setting up those items fast.
It's interesting that he pitched the Teklo Core. That's usually a card that you want to play, but yes, he does go grab the Plasma Purifier. He had the extra pitch for that, and so he's wanting to get over that shield as soon as he can.
Yeah. Cardboard Dreams points out in the chat, not getting full use out of Goliath plus Command and Conquer due to Seeds seems like the reason for Gauntlet. Yeah, so Command and Conquer gets a lot worse against people who have Crown of Seeds, and maybe that is the reasoning. Pitches. Now we're back over to Chad here, who is going to pitch to create a seismic surge and then throw out a command and conquer. Command and Conquer really is a standout card. I'm personally hoping that we are going to see a reprint of Command and Conquer when it comes time for Everfest.
If you told me to put money on it, I think I would. I think it'll come out.
I think that the secondary market price of that card is kind of out of control. You know, it's
It has gone down a bit in the past couple months. It was at 120. Now it's sitting around 85.
Yeah, I still think that given that that's a card that you really want to have as a 3x, you know, it's a big barrier to entry, I think.
For sure. And I think that the price going down may be due to speculation that it will be released again and people wanting to dump it.
Yeah, it's very possible that if we don't see a reprint, those prices are going to go right back up.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
CNC does get blocked out here. And Michael may be thinking about how best to run this turn. Did have to use 2 cards to block out that Command and Conquer. Pitches a blue.
And the way
Loading the pistol.
Dash always wants to have blue in hand at the end of the turn. So Dash is one of those heroes that doesn't mind blocking with cards because they can still do a lot of damage using just 1 card to pitch for it.
Okay, so it looks like loading the pistol and the chamber, but not the purifier here. Cardboard Dreams says, as a Dash player, I don't find the Oldhim match much trouble. I tend to start with Purifier since Crown plus Shield can't block both shots. Purifier is definitely a key card, I think. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so we see a single pistol shot, chamber used for go again, and then a Tome of Fyendal from the arsenal, drawing 2 cards and healing 3 life. So Dash now actually at 43 and has a card in arsenal, draws up a bit. Ooh, looks like an aggressive turn here from Oldhim, though. Arouse the Ancients coming out. Reveals a Spinal Crush and a Cranial Crush. There's 17, well above the 13 that you need. The 13 attack that you need to reveal to enable Rouse the Ancients. Coming in for 7 go again, and probably going to be followed up by another big attack.
Yeah, this may be one of those turns where Michael decides to just block with everything that he has because I don't think the Oldham's going to get a lot of these massive turns. Although we did see last game that Oldham had a massive turn pretty much every round, so...
Okay, pitching makes the Seismic Surge. Yeah, so Michael just takes the damage here, and then it's going to be a Seismic Surge and then a Spinal Crush. So very aggressive turn here from Oldhim. I think it was right not to block on the Rouse because, you know, having seen that Spinal Crush and Cranial Crush revealed, you have to assume, oh, you know, at this point, the opponent Unmovable Red from the Arsenal, blocking 8. 1 damage gets through. That is going to not have that crush effect. The big block, Red Unmovable.
Yeah, that was clutch there. And Michael was able to keep 3 cards in his hand to push some more damage through this turn. So that
now to be fair, he did take I think 8 damage because he had healed up to 43. So it was still a turn that got some hits in, but could have been a lot worse.
Sure, definitely.
All right, Michael's got his 3 cards. His Fyendal Spring Tunic is now charged up. Let's see what he does with it. Fyendal Spring Tunic being used here. 1 resource. Oh, and pitching 4. No, okay, so he uses the Tunic just to load his pistol, and then pitches 4. The Spark of Genius pulls another Plasma Purifier. 2 Plasma Purifiers now on the board. If he uses both of those, he can get his pistol up to Strength 4. And these Plasma Purifiers are really a key card for this matchup because you have to pump up those pistol shots to avoid being stymied by Oldhim's defensive tech. With 2 Purifiers and an Induction Chamber, he can now shoot 2 Strength 4 shots in a turn. And if he gets some more items out, it could be even more dangerous.
I think Chad's realizing that he needs to start being more aggressive, so that Michael doesn't have enough resources left in his hand to be able to shoot him a lot.
Yeah, so Dash, Dash is really unlike a lot of the heroes in this game. And a lot of heroes in Flesh and Blood don't really build up a board state in the way that you would in a lot of other card games. But Dash is absolutely a character where you can play cards that are going to give you more or less a permanent advantage. And if your opponent lets you play out all those cards and get those advantages, you can find yourself in a very advantageous position as a Dash player once you have all those items out. So typically the opponent wants to try and do some aggressive damage before the full setup gets in. And we see I think it's a Frost Fang red coming in here. Strength 5, if it hits a hero, they discard a card unless they pay 2. Pummel is being threatened here. Let's see if there's a Pummel to follow up this Frost Fang.
I really like this Frost Fang. This, in my opinion, Red Frost Fang is one of the top 2 most underrated cards in Tales of Aria. It's just really good. It's going to force a card out of his hand no matter what.
Well, that really begs the question. What do you think the other top 2 most underrated card in Tales of Aria is?
Winter's by Blue. I think it's just really good as well. For a blue ice pitch that forces a card out of their hand as well.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of cards that, they may not look like the most exciting thing at first glance, but they can actually be really strong in the right circumstance. I think in particular, some of those elemental cards and some of the generics that we've seen from previous sets are kind of in that category. Like the Scar for a Scar, for instance, is not like a really splashy, fancy card, but it's been core in a lot of different situations that I've seen.
Yeah, when Monarch first came out, my number 1 underrated card was Blue Captain's Calls. And since
Blue
then,
Captain's Call.
Yeah, we've seen them being used in a lot of decks. And so, I wonder if Chad has a Pummel here, if he's bluffing a Pummel.
Yeah, one of the things that I actually like about deck building in this game is that you can get some substantial value from kind of going back through the game's history and finding some of those old cards that maybe didn't make that much of a splash when they came out, but fit well into your current build. Like, I think for a while, Chain was getting some pretty good results from playing Mavrian Skies, for instance, which wasn't really that big a deal back in the day.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I think when Everfest comes out, we're all going to be going back and digging through all the stuff from the first few sets to see what synergizes with the new set. It's going to be really exciting. I hope so. And the fact that we only have 2 weeks before ProQuest season comes out, man, we're going to be digging and scrambling to find whatever we can.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance I'm going to be spending a fair amount of time in the lab, so to speak, trying to figure out how to build a strong new composition that uses both the exciting new cards and also some of the old classics. Meanwhile, though, there was no Pummel, double block from Dash, and we're seeing some items being loaded up. Looks like 1 chamber and 1 purifier, then pistol shot coming in for 3. Both purifiers not being used at this phase.
It looks like he just had enough resources for the 1.
Yeah, he's floating 1 resource, so he would still be able to use the induction chamber, load his pistol, fire another shot for 3 damage, and still arsenal his remaining card. Or we could see a scenario where that remaining card gets pitched, like maybe it's a blue and he loads up a bunch of stuff. Hard to say exactly what's happening. I slightly suspect that he's going to arsenal that, but, we'll have to see. It could also be a card like the Teklo card that just ends up getting played out. So, we'll have to see what happens here. But I do think that maybe the current attack pattern might suggest another shot, because I'm not sure you'd want to load the purifier and use it just for 1 shot. I think there's a chance that you would want to load it and not use it. So I think the fact that he used that might imply that he's going for a second Teklo Plasma Pistol shot, though I'm not 100%. Looks like the Crown of Seeds is being used here on the defense. Crown of Seeds, so he puts a face down card from Arsenal on the bottom of his deck, draws a card and prevents the next 1 damage that would be dealt to the hero this turn. And then he pitched a blue and is using the other resource to activate Rampart of the Ram's Head, blocking 2. So 1 damage only getting through. The induction chamber indeed being used. And yeah, that extra resource is going right to the pistol, and then another shot for 3 damage. Now that Rampart of the Ram's Head is going to be able to block again. One of the weaknesses of dash is that you end up breaking the combat chain a lot when you're loading up your items and so on, and loading up your pistol to shoot again, and that does mean that the opponent can use equipment multiple times. So this Rampart of the Ram's Head is going to be able to be used again for 1, and because there's a resource still floating, he can actually use its ability again, because he's defending with it again, to instead put it up to 2 block, and then he'll only take 1 damage. And that's indeed exactly what we see, and I think that remaining card from Michael is going to go to the arsenal. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah, we're starting to see the potential of what Michael's building here, and so if he has the time to build it all, then those Teklo cores have been getting pitched, getting a couple of Teklo cores out late game with a couple of chambers and all the pistols. Like, those are gonna be some very powerful turns.
Yeah, it's worth noting that he was able to take only 2 damage from those 2 strength 3 pistol shots, and he ended up, I think, only spending. What did he? Did he even really spend much of anything? He pitched a card
and one card to Crown of Seeds to put his arsenal back. So he doesn't have an arsenal now, but he still has a 4-card hand. So let's
yeah, exactly. So he basically spent 1 card and blocked 4 damage, which is pretty efficient.
Looks like he also forgot to put his pitch back last turn, and so that pitch is irrelevant right now. Which hero do you think has the advantage right now? Or do you think it's still pretty close?
I don't think either hero has opened up a big lead right now. It could go either way. So we've seen Oldhim inflict some damage on Dash. We've seen Dash, but Dash only 5 damage and armor still completely good to go. And then on Dash's side of the board, we've seen 2 items come out, but neither player's really inflicted a lot of damage. Oldhim is slightly ahead on life, and Dash is probably gotten more overall setup for the later board state. Looks like an Oaken Old coming out here. No fusion, but he is threatening a pummel.
Yeah, that's very interesting. You could tell by how long he was thinking if he was gonna what he wanted to do. He had some options there with the Oaken Old, he could have played the Glacial. So
yeah, it's only a blue Glacial though.
Yeah, I'm not expecting, with the way his deck has been running so far, I'm not expecting him to run any more than that. But yeah, it's interesting. Let's see what he does. I think...
red unmovable.
Ooh,
full block. Red. But he has to pitch 2 cards to play the unmovable. That's not so efficient. It looks like he didn't have a blue that he wanted to pitch there. On the plus side, there's no pummel from our Oldhim player, so Dash is going to get away unscathed from that one. One thing to note is that if this game goes long, Dash is going to be generating a lot of value from that Fyendal Spring Tunic, and I wonder if that's why that was chosen over the probably more common Teklo Foundry Heart, just in anticipation of a long game.
That Tunic is going to put in some work this game, because every time it comes up to have a free resource, he's going to be able to use it to fire his pistol. So
wow, look at that. He actually pitches a Fate Foreseen red in order to load his Plasma Purifier, and then just puts the other card into Arsenal. I wonder if Dash drew a very defensive hand. Man, imagine if we had seen a pummel only for it to be countered by that Fate Foreseen red. That would have been spicy. Yeah, another Oaken Old. And this time it's fused. Oh man, our Dash player had better hope there's another unmovable or something like that. That's nasty.
He's already played 2 of them. It'd be crazy if he has the 3rd one already.
It's ironic. He actually might have done better playing defensive stuff from hand rather than using the unmovable here. It's much more valuable in this situation, but the only block is the Arcanite Skullcap for 2, so 7 damage is going to get through unless he has a defense reaction from hand and one from Arsenal, or a big one from Arsenal or something. Let's see what he has here. I do think there's a good chance he has it. Oh, it's going to be another unmovable. A red unmovable, the last one. Played from hand, blocks 7. He blocks it all. Is there a pummel?
No.
No pummel.
Man, you gotta just feel for Chad on that one. But the good news for him is that all 3 of them are out of the way, unless he's running yellows, which is not very likely, but could happen. Then I think Chad's looking good on his attacks from here on out. But we haven't really seen many Sync Blows or Fate Foreseen, so he still has those that he can arsenal as well.
Yeah, I think we did see him pitch a Fate Foreseen, and he played 1 Sync Below, I think, on the first turn. He does have another blue, it looks like, and is pitching to load up his items. On the plus side for Chad, he did manage to knock some of the armor off that Arcanite Skullcap. Looks like Dash is actually going to be attacking this turn, though. That does indicate the remaining card in hand is probably going to be pitched. Both Plasma Purifiers being used, and the pistol now fires for 4 damage. This is kind of the danger of the Teklo Plasma Pistol. It's not a very strong weapon by default, but when it has those items supporting it, it quickly becomes a powerhouse.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, Michael doesn't have a whole lot of block. He has 3 potential block left, and so that's going to be something, especially as Chad looks to dominate some stuff. That's going to be something that's going to matter in the late game.
Looks like no block here from Chad. 4 damage gets in. Induction chamber used for a second shot, but and the Fyendal Spring Tunic used to load up the plasma pistol and fire it again. Interesting. That means that there's going to be an unused card here.
Yeah, like I said, that pistol...
Or wait, it hasn't been used. Oh, it's a Sigil of Solace.
That's a pretty good sequence for Michael. He's got to be feeling pretty good right now. But if Chad's going to take all that damage, you know he has something hot.
Yeah, Chad definitely. He has a 4-card hand, a card in arsenal. He has his shield. He has a Crown of Seeds. He could have blocked there. He chose to take that damage. He's got to be planning something big.
There we go.
Oaken Old double fuse.
Called it again.
Is there going to be another unmovable or some other little trick here for Dash? Can Dash get out of this? But here's the thing, though. Dash has a big lead in terms of life now. It's 38-28. It's actually possible that you could just say, I'm going to take this hit, and I'm still ahead of you on life, and I'm just going to run on a 2-card hand. You know, it could happen. So we'll see what happens here, but I'm not sure this is going to be a completely decisive moment. In fact, I'm pretty sure it isn't going to be a completely decisive moment, but it could be advantageous for Oldhim, depending on what we see here. I do think it will be harder for Dash to stop this one, but not impossible.
Yeah, Michael can not block it and take 7, still be ahead on life, and have 2 cards in his hand that he can pitch to keep attacking.
It would be 9 damage because it's double fused, but he could still take 9 damage and still be ahead, yeah.
Yeah, and so it's not the end of the world for Michael. He actually can afford to take it, so let's see if he does that.
Blocks with a single card and a Fate Foreseen, so only blocking 7 will get hit for 2 and have to send 2 cards back, I believe. Yeah, it looks like 2 damage lands. And
that was a mistake. He didn't realize it was 9, or if he decided to just block and discard the 2 cards anyway.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It could have been an error. Or it could just be that he decided that he wanted to block this out. And, you know, it's possible this Oldhim, I don't know how aggressive this Oldhim deck is. It's possible this Oldhim deck is actually going to run itself out of threats. The previous Oldhim deck that we saw was actually very effective. And with all the attacks that he was doing. But this one, I'm not sure that he has the same attack density. You know what I mean? Like, are we going to see the red glacial footsteps and stuff? And at this point, I think we've seen all 3 copies of Oaken Old being played. So it's possible that the Dash player here is just wanting to be a little more conservative and try to weather the most dangerous attacks that Oldhim has early on in this game.
Looks like we got a judge call here. And the question for the judge is if he can, he chooses the order or not.
Yes, this is a judge call on whether it's a judge call on how Oaken Old works here. If this hits a hero, they put 2 random cards in their hand on the bottom of their deck in any order. Because it says in any order, I'm pretty sure he can choose.
Yeah, I think they're just wanting to confirm here. We got a judge.
Yeah, judge says it's hidden information and Michael chooses. Okay.
Cool. And let's take this moment to shout out our judges. We've had some really good judges this season. Having quality judges in a league like this where people schedule their own game is really hard. And so what we did is we put 8 or 9 judges in our server and told them to keep notifications on. And so whenever someone has needed a judge, there's always been 1 or 2 judges available that can like drop what they're doing and quickly answer a judge call and go back to whatever they're doing. And so a big props and shout out to our judges that have helped out this season.
Yeah, I've really appreciated our judge support for this league. It's been really nice.
They're just making sure Michael wants to look at the cards and then put them back in any order, and the judge call is that they can look at the cards and put them back, but they don't decide to. They don't reveal it to the opponent. So it's just like what we've been saying, and they're getting that all figured out. And they're really trying to figure out if Chad gets to look at the cards or not, and if Oldhim can look at the cards or not, or Dash, if Dash can look at them or not. So looks like the Dash gets to see the order and Oldhim doesn't. Yeah, so just like what
I think that's correct. I'm technically a level 0 judge, but I'm no expert or whatever, and because I'm doing commentary and other stuff for the league, I'm kind of deferring to the judges. But I believe that Dash gets to see them and Oldhim doesn't.
Yep, that is correct.
Little bit of an interlude there. Looks like Dash is going to be left on 1 card remaining. Might just be a card that goes straight to the arsenal, quite frankly. We could also just see it be a blue card that ends up getting pitched because it is random. You know, we don't really know what it's going to be. Let's see what ends up happening here for Michael.
I mean, there's a high likelihood he's just going to Arsenal and pass. He could pitch a blue to put counters on all 3 of his items, though, as well. Though I think those are his 2 options here.
Yeah, I think that I think if it's a blue, you probably just pitch and charge up 3 items, but don't attack. And if it's something that you want to keep for later, it's Arsenal. Yeah, it looks like it's a blue, so it's just going to be. Oh, interesting. Looks like. So he's going to go for double plasma purifier, load the pistol, and shoot for 4. Okay. I think at least for me, I like the idea of keeping your items charged up and trying to use them when you can use as many as possible at the same time. But it looks like he's trying to go for a little bit more like sustained pressure, coming in with a pistol shot here for 4. And Oldhim is going to take the damage here. This is weird. Okay. Might be another big turn here for Oldhim.
Have we seen all 3 Oakenolds yet, or have we just seen 2 of them?
I think we've seen all 3.
Yeah, 2 fused and 1 wasn't fused at the very beginning. I think.
Yeah,
right.
I think that's accurate. Ooh, Earthlore Surge Blue coming out for +3 to the next attack. And the next attack is going to be a Frost Fang Red. So coming in for, I believe, 8 total. And if it hits a hero, they discard a card unless they pay 2. That's an annoying attack. What do you think? Triple block from Dash?
I mean, you have to, right? Unless you just take the damage and pitch a card. Like, either way, he's stripping 1 card. He's either going to strip 1 card and do 8 damage, or he's going to strip 3 cards and do no damage. And so,
imagine if you have like 2 items in hand, though. This could be very awkward.
That could be as well. I mean, those Teklo cores were pitched earlier. We might have seen them. Well, actually, we've only seen 1 pitch, so we could have drawn them as well. There's the
triple block for 9. That's probably what I would do there as Dash as well.
Yeah, I mean, Michael doesn't really like need all the cards in his deck. Like, he's okay you blocking with a lot of cards because at the end of the game he's just pitching to do all of his actions anyway. And so I think he's fine giving up cards and waiting till later, letting Chad run out of threats in his deck.
Michael just throws that card into the arsenal and draws. Oh, he's accidentally drawn 5 cards. Looks like they're just putting that other card back on top. Okay. I'm not sure if there's any judge call or anything that they're doing on that, or if they're just sending it back and saying that's okay. Not entirely sure. Z Storm in the chat says, head judge for the league here. Commented in the channel for them, but yes, Oldhim cannot look Dash can was played this way during Nats. Yeah, so that's the situation that I was describing earlier with respect to the Oaken Old and how that worked. So thank you for your work as a judge, not only in this situation but throughout the league. Much appreciated.
Yeah, it looks like they decided to just put the card back on top and continue playing. Which is fine.
Seismic Surge, disable blue. I think there's a good chance of a pummel here. What do you think?
Yeah, I think he's had that card in his arsenal for a while, and so yeah, I don't know if it is or not. I don't think it is because last turn he had 1 floating off the Frost Fang, but he decided to make a surge, so instead of having 2 floating, so
if there's not a pummel, don't you block that pistol shot though? I guess not. Gets in for 1. Ends up with an unused card. Little awkward. All right, Dash now has the Tunic fully charged up. Pitches a blue to charge the items. And we'll see what happens with this remaining card. Another blue. This is probably going to be an aggressive turn here for Dash. Let's see what happens. Both Plasma Purifiers being used, and I think we're probably going to see 2 pistol shots coming in for 4 each. Yeah, first pistol shot coming in for 4. 2 resources floating, and the Induction Chamber is charged up. The Tunic is also charged up, and there is still a card in Arsenal as well. Incidentally, Dash's arch nemesis, in a certain sense, is Channel Lake Frigid. If Channel Lake Frigid comes out, Dash really cannot do anything very efficiently. Because every single one of those item reloads is now going to cost you 2 instead of 1. And then using the item will itself cost 1 instead of 0. So it really causes some trouble.
Yeah, I think Dash is in a pretty good position here.
Loads an extra item with the Tunic. I think Michael's really been getting a lot of value out of that Tunic. Dash often has a card available to put that resource in, so I think he's been getting pretty consistent value. And wow, yeah, Chad's not blocking, takes 8 damage there. Big life advantage opening up here for Michael, as you were saying.
Yeah, it's interesting because Chad's been able to get some pretty big attacks going. 2 fused Oakenolds, a big Frostfang, and just hasn't been able to push over any damage. Michael's just had all of the defense reactions at the right time to counter it.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen more blocks here from Chad. I think that so like last turn, he didn't block that pistol shot for 4, took 4 damage, and then ended his turn with a card still in hand. That's it may be that he was forced to do that somehow by how his pitch was or something, but that's not really a very efficient play pattern.
Here we go, an Endless Winter Fuse.
Endless Winter Fuse. A little surprised. So he pitched a Channel Lake Frigid here. I'm a little surprised because playing Channel Lake Frigid would get you substantial advantage against Dash, but goes for the Endless Winter Fused, coming in for 8. Whenever the defending hero adds a defending card to this chain link, they get a Frostbite. If it hits until the end of their next turn, whenever they activate an ability, create a Frostbite. To be fair, this is also a very annoying card for Dash to deal with, but Channel Lake Frigid, I think, is even worse and can stay in play for multiple turns, but we'll have to see what happens here.
And he fused it with a Blizzard, and so Blizzard's not going to be... Well, Blizzard's going to be a good card for next turn that he's going to have in his hand, so it's going to strip another 2 resources out of him.
Looks like it's going to be a full block. That is going to inflict 3 Frostbites. Are we going to see a pummel here? This also means that Dash is just going to skip the next turn, I think.
Yeah, has to.
3 Frostbites, that's just going to be that. Oh, and it looks like it's a pummel. It's a pummel.
Nice. You've been wanting that pummel all game. So
yeah, I've been excited for it. I've been thinking, oh man, is it pummel? Is it pummel? Finally, it comes out. Oh wait, but it's countered by a sink below red.
And he pitched for 3 for it.
He had to pitch 3 to clear those Frostbite tokens.
That's devastating for Chad. He's been waiting all game to pummel something.
Well, his opponent is going to skip the next turn, so I mean, there's that.
He also took some damage to be able to play all that out as well. So
yeah, that's true. He took the two pistol shots for 4 in order to play that stuff out. But now he does have a huge tempo advantage now. Michael's just going to have to skip this next turn. It's going to be a counter on Tunic and then just end turn, clear Frostbite, and back to Chad. But, Chad is just not getting the damage actually through to his opponent's life total. It's 16 to 35. Chad thinking about his attack pattern here, what to do on this turn. Full hand and a card in Arsenal. If he doesn't like his Arsenal card, he could use the Crown of Seeds here. Seismic Surge token being created here. Blue card pitch. Channel Lake Frigid. Maybe that's why he was so willing to pitch the Channel Lake Frigid earlier. He had another one available. Channel Lake Frigid into an E-Strike. I'm not sure what he is going for on this E-Strike.
Probably 7 because he still has a card in hand.
Well, he could be doing E-Strike go again and then he pitches the next card for a Winter's Whale swing.
That could be true.
I think we know that he didn't draw a card because he didn't draw a card. And this Channel Lake Frigid does mean that any defense reactions now cost an additional 1, which, because I believe the only defense reactions being played by Dash are 0 cost or 3 cost, does bump them over that threshold where it's going to take an additional card to activate a defense reaction. And that's very annoying for someone trying to defend efficiently. Cardboard Dream says, E-Strike go again into Hammer is only 2 damage more and Frostbite threat, not worth card in Arsenal on defense IMO. Yeah, so I think it depends somewhat on what the other card is. Right now, I also think the Frostbite is maybe less valuable because Channel Lake Frigid is out. So Channel Lake Frigid is already going to really impede Dash's next turn. An additional 1 Frostbite token might not be that big a deal. So it's possible that it's just going for the 7 and then Arsenal the remaining card. But we'll have to see. Looks like it's going to be, yeah, it looks like it was probably 7, and Dash goes for a triple block, blocking 9. Remaining card to the arsenal here, and with Channel Like Frigid in play, I think there's a good chance that Michael's just going to be sending his next card to the arsenal as well.
I think that's a smart play by Michael. Just block it out, wait till Channel's gone. I mean, Michael's in no rush to attack or anything. He's just blocking everything that Chad is throwing at him, letting him get rid of his threats, and when Chad's out of threats, he's gonna start attacking again. So
typically, if the game goes long, it is to Dash's advantage. Dash has an almost unique property that the most damaging and dangerous things that Dash can throw out there are actually just normal weapon attacks once you have your items set up. So you don't really need to be holding like specific attacks or reactions or whatever for late game. All you need is some blues to load up your items and you're good to go.
yeah, 2 blues is all you need, and whereas Oldham they can have a blue to pitch a winner's whale, but Michael will be able to come in for 4 and then 4, and then assuming another chamber comes out, another 4. So much more deadly late game for Dash. Pull off all these big turns that Chad has had. He's had to take damage for it, but he hasn't actually dealt any damage during those turns. So he's been taking damage to try to attack, and it hasn't paid off for him. He's just been losing life because of it.
Crown of Seeds. Didn't pitch an ice card, so that Channel Like Frigid is probably going away.
Unless he was searching for an ice card with Crown of Seeds, maybe.
Yeah, that's fair, but I think he needs to have 2 of them this turn, right? So he would have ideally already pitched an ice card if that was his plan. Yeah, it looks like he doesn't have a second ice pitch, but he does have a Tear Asunder into Winter's Well, so and he does have 1 ice card pitched for although he actually messed up his pitch order and technically didn't pitch an ice card for Winter's Whale, I think. Because you have to actually pitch it to this ability. And I believe he technically pitched the ice card to the Tear Asunder. So I'm not actually sure if they're being strict with that, but he did misplay his pitch order there, I believe.
Well, I don't think he had a chance, did he? Oh, yeah, I guess he has 1 floating. He could have pitched the Art of War and used the 1 floating from the. No,
yeah,
he didn't have any left over.
I think he could have, because he had 2 floating. Yeah, he could have pitched the Art of War, had 1 floating, and then pitched the Polar Blast to the Winter's Whale to activate the ability. So right now, he technically is not swinging for a potential Frostbite token, although it's also possible that he said, wait, actually, can I pitch like this verbally or whatever, and we didn't catch it, but they are going to be playing it that way. And it looks like it's going to be blocked for 6.
Well, Michael has yellow unmovables now.
And there's another yellow unmovable pitched. So it doesn't matter. It's going to be stopped completely. But the Channel Like Frigid did mean that an additional card had to be pitched there. The second yellow unmovable being pitched in order to get that. And now the Channel Like Frigid does break as there is only 1 ice card there in the pitch zone. So Dash is now unimpeded by the Lake Frigid and free to do some attacks. The remaining card there for Oldham sent to the arsenal, and I think Michael is now free to keep up the pistol barrage. And there's Michael pitching a blue. It's going to be a loading 2 items, 1 resource floating. Find All Spring Tunic also available. Both purifiers used. It's going to be another 8 damage turn, I think, with 2 4 damage pistol shots. First shot coming in, 4 damage, and will probably be given go again by that induction chamber. Yeah, now, for the past few times that we've seen this, our Oldham player Chad has been taking the damage from these pistol shots in order to try to do big turns of his own, but those big turns just haven't been getting results. I wonder if he's going to change up his strategy here and start trying to defend against these.
Yeah, not looking good for Chad. I mean, if he starts defending some of these attacks, then Michael's going to have more cards to play with on his turns, and so It's kind of that two-edged sword there. Either you let the damage through and keep attacking, which has not been successful for the past few turns, or you block it all and have a weaker maybe winner's wail. So, but then Michael gets more cards on his turn. So I think this is a big tempo shifting turn for Michael.
Glacial Footsteps on the defense. Once again, that Find All Spring Tunic being used just to generate another resource and have an item loaded up for the future. This is, Tunic's not being used here to enable really dramatic plays, but it is just generating a lot of efficient resource stuff across the course of a game. Just loading up another item. And second pistol shot for 4. Let's see what Chad does. Block for 3 with an E-Strike. 1 damage gets through. 14 life to 35. Michael is well ahead now.
Yeah, but when you're, especially because he's playing a hero that gets stronger as the game goes on, like this is not a good spot for Chad.
So tomorrow coming out here. So tomorrow from the Arsenal. It's a blue copy, maybe being used to put one of those big attacks back. I think maybe an Oaken Old here. Yeah, that's exactly right. It's an Oaken Old being sent to the bottom of the deck. I'm not sure he's going to get to it, though. He has 41 cards in deck and only 14 life. Does draw a card, and we'll see what he does with the rest of his turn. We'll have, I believe, 2 resources floating as well.
Yeah, I just realized we haven't seen a pulse out of him yet.
Interesting point.
And we also haven't seen him do any defense reactions as well.
Well, I mean, I don't think that. I don't know. I guess he could use 0 cost defense reactions to block 4, but Dash is typically not a hero where defense reactions are the most efficient to use.
Oh, I think I meant the Oldhim ability.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's a good point. Actually, Oldhim's ability is pretty good against Dash sometimes. At least the Earth version of it is, and the Ice one can be annoying as well. Command and Conquer coming out, but it's double blocked by Dash. Remaining card from Chad. Looks like he's deciding whether to put it in the Arsenal. It is going to go to the Arsenal. I personally think that with Crown of Seeds, you almost always want to Arsenal the card, even if it's a bad card, because you can easily get that out of there.
For sure. And then it prevents the damage too. And when the pistols are coming in for 4, preventing 1 damage is a good break point to allow you to block with 1 card for 3.
It's just a red and a blue. Loading it up, and I think we're going to see another barrage. He has 1 floating, which is enough to do his 2 pistol shots here if he doesn't mind having his items uncharged at the end of the turn. Yeah, here we go. Plasma Purifiers both used. Pistol shot coming in. 4 damage once more. Pistol shot for 4. Ludaful in the chat saying it's not an aggro meta anymore. Oldhims have to come with a plan to take down slow decks. Yeah, so that's an interesting point. I think you see some of these Oldhim decks that are really designed to stymie aggressive play from the really aggressive Briar builds and stuff like that we saw in the past. But now, maybe you have to have an Oldhim deck that has more of a plan for dealing with the long game and decks that are just trying to set up and so on. Now, we did see in that previous round, a Oldhim player from Team Hyperloops was able to go to a very aggressive style and overwhelm Viserai before he could get his combos going off. So I think it is possible, but it is a different style of play from what we've seen with the more traditional control-oriented Oldhim.
Yeah, that's for sure. We've seen 2 different Oldhims.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, the first Oldhim that we saw was more of an aggressive. You could tell that was the plan going on. This Oldhim looks to be, the strategy was to be more defensive, but is being forced into a more aggressive role because of the way Dash has been playing.
Yeah, and to me, it seems like this Oldhim deck maybe doesn't have the tools to put forth enough aggression. That previous Oldhim deck that we saw, I'm pretty sure that he was running 6 pummels. He was running some of those Earth attack cards. He was running Glacial Footsteps yellow and red, I believe. Yeah. And he was really able to do a lot more. And here, oh man, that's very odd. I don't know why he didn't block that with the shield. I think that's just objectively wrong, but I might have missed something. So he blocked out the first one, including with his shield, and then I think he just took all 4 damage from the second attack. He could have at least blocked 1 with the shield. Comes in with an E strike, not sure which one.
Yeah, it's probably for 7 again here, so we can arsenal his last card. But we've seen time and time again that Michael doesn't care to block with just 2 cards out of hand, and then even taking a little bit. That's the first damage Michael's taken in, I don't know, 10 turns maybe. Like, he's fine blocking 2 cards, and then he's gonna come in for 4 and 4 on his turn. So
Ludiful says, when Oldhim sit down across from Dash or Vis with Winter's Wail and Shield, it's already a lost game unless they're playing Hyper Fatigue. So, Ludiful, you might want to check out the first game of this stream if you didn't catch it earlier, because in that game, the Oldhim player did I believe, run Winter's Wail and Shield, but had very aggressive attack actions and other cards, was using the Crown of Seeds on offense to, like, get more efficient attack turns or whatever, using it on his own turn just for filtering, and was able to overwhelm the Viserai player and actually won that game 40-0. So I don't think that equipping Winter's Wail and Shield is a concede or whatever, but I do think that a Nothos can be a more aggressive option for the Oldhim player. Or even, I think that you could even be running the Sledge of Anvilheim in some cases.
Yeah, I think we've seen, we saw Matt Rogers running Tunic and Sledge in his Oldhim, in his Guardian Mirrors, and so maybe that's something to try against this Dash.
Meanwhile, more pistol shots coming in here.
We still have 35 cards left in the Oldhim deck and 29 cards left in the Dash deck. And so we'll see if, like, Chad's going to have to play more defensively from now on because of his low life total. Maybe he can run some cards out of him, but he doesn't have a lot of life left to play with. Had 2 Tekla cores in his pitch pile? No, just 1.
Dash is one of the characters who is the least vulnerable to fatigue because the concept of running someone out of threats basically does not apply to Dash because all you need is blues to pitch to load up your items.
That is true. I don't know what else Oldhim can do, though. I mean, he can keep coming in for 6 and 7 on his turn, but Michael's just going to block it out and keep attacking, so...
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You know, you come in for 6 or 7, Dash blocks with 2 cards, throws the rest of the hand just into feeding the items and keeps shooting you. It's not a good situation.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way that Chad can come back from this.
We will see if Chad can pull something out. Wow, Command and Conquer, and Dash doesn't block, just gets hit, loses a Sink Below that was in Arsenal, but even just taking that Command and Conquer hit, it's still 10 life to 28.
Yeah, I bet Dash drew some more of his items here and wants to get them out to speed up the game.
That's possible. Ludiful says, I didn't catch first game. I guess you can run Hammer and Shield if you fill your sideboard with aggro options. That also works. Yeah, there was a lot of it was a very aggressive style of play from Oldhim, and it ended up being quite successful.
Yeah, so we're going to see a hit for 4 and a hit from 4, and then probably another Induction Chamber or Plasma Purifier coming out at the end of the turn.
All right, yeah, pistol charged up. Although he can only do 1 pistol shot for 4 if he's going to play an item because he still needs to have that action point and he doesn't have a second Induction Chamber.
That's true, I just realized that.
All right, the Crown of Seeds used on the defense here. Hyperloops community is doing well in this league. Not only were they the top ones after the initial matches, but they are starting this final set off pretty well. They're 1-0, and it looks like they're probably going to be 2-0 after this game. I feel like Michael is far ahead on Dash right now.
Yeah, they have some great players. They have Michael, they have Joe, they have Cody. Jonathan got a top 8 the Orlando calling. They have multiple players with PTIs and top 8s at callings in big events, and so they're definitely know what they're doing. They're experienced here. Team Kitchen Fable is not any slouches either. They know what they're doing. They have multiple players who have also had good tournament appearances as well. So it'll be interesting to see how the last 3 games shape up, and if Team Kitchen Fable can mount a historic comeback here and run the table to win.
Yeah, it's not over yet. Even assuming that Michael gets the win here with Dash, it looks like it was 2 pistol shots into a Sigil of Solace, healing 3, and then the remaining card into Arsenal. On the plus side, we still have a 3-card hand here from Chad, but I don't know that he's going to be able to do that much with it. Oh man, wow, that is it looked like our Oldham player was trying to do a double pitch to play a Channel Lake Frigid, but then realized he didn't have any ice cards, so he ends up just pitching the Channel Lake Frigid to swing Winter's Whale. Bit of a misplay there. I think if he knew this is what he was doing, he would have quite preferred to block with an additional card. Maybe I don't actually know. And there is, I think, a red pummel that we saw there from part of the stuff that he was accidentally pitching. Dash has a Fate Foreseen to counter the Winter's Whale easily. No Frostbite token there. And there is now a pummel floating around, so there is that risk if Oldham gets another big attack. But right now, the pressure is on.
Yeah, that was pretty detrimental. Showing that pummel, but it could also be a mind game. Like his opponent knows he has it now, and he has to play around it. So
I think if you do something like that as a mind game, it might be against the tournament rules. I actually don't know, but I think in the past, I remember there was a different. I'm not 100%, but I think at least in some other game that I've played in the past, revealing information that was supposed to be hidden, even if it was notionally not to your advantage, was not allowed.
I don't think that that's a rule here, because you have to play a card and then pitch a card, and if you pitch incorrectly, then you just take the cards back to your hand. That'd be something interesting to look up to see if revealing a card, even if revealing a card that doesn't get played or pitched, results in any sort of penalty or anything.
Yeah, I think that maybe it's Magic the Gathering where you're not allowed to do that, but I think part of it is also due to sportsmanship concerns or whatever, with people doing aggressive mind games. I don't know for sure though. Someone who's more knowledgeable might have to correct me on that one.
Yeah, let's see if our head judge is still in the chat. See if he can say something about it. But if you do it as a mistake or an accident, I think that's one thing. But if you
I mean, I think
just blatantly show a card, then I think that's different.
Yeah, I think if you mess up, most people are going to be like, "Whatever, dude, he messed it up." And then I think that if you're doing aggressive mind games, that's something else. But I doubt that's what was happening here. Okay, first attack gets stopped. Second attack coming in for another 4. Use the tunic again. That tunic just generating a resource every 3 turns, just helping that dash build be that little bit of extra efficiency. The funny thing here is that Michael seems to have taken control of this game while only having 3 items out. A lot of these dash builds are playing substantially more items than that. So just having this small number, he's still already already put his opponent in a bad spot.
Yeah, and we haven't really seen a whole lot of items being pitched either. So the only thing I can remember being pitched is a Teklo core.
Yeah, there was that Teklo core. That's right. It
And we've
is
seen another
possible. I
Teklo.
think we saw some sink belows. It's possible he sent some items to the bottom if he didn't have a good turn to play them or something. I'm not sure.
That is true. We did see the 2 Spark of Geniuses go search for the Plasma Purifier, so that's how we have those out. But it is surprising that we don't have another induction chamber out because he's already cycled through his deck at least once. So
Maybe he thinks
should
3
have seen
items is
that
all
all.
he needs. Who knows?
Yeah, 4 and 4.
It certainly seems to be going well for him thus far. Winter's Whale coming out here with an ice card pitched, so coming in for 4. Does threaten a frostbite. Yeah, and there's the Iron Rot Gauntlet being used just to deny the frostbite there. Iron Rot Gauntlet plus looks like it was a copy of Throttle to block all 4 of that damage. I think that Michael wants to stay on the offensive here.
I think that was a
Now
cool
it's over to
foil
Michael's
one,
turn.
too.
Sorry, what was that? I sort of talked over you there.
It was a dumb joke. I said that was a cool foil Iron Rod as well. He was flexing on him.
Yeah, but maybe that's I don't think he's made any attack other than shooting his pistols. So maybe blocking that 1 damage and that frostbite token is better than what he would have gotten out of the Goliath Gauntlet.
Yeah, we'll see what he has here to see if he needed that extra resource to avoid getting hit with that frostbite.
Plasma Purifier is being used here. Pistol's loaded up. Here comes another pistol shot for 4. I think we're going to see a lot more of these before this game ends.
Yeah, I think it's just a slow death at this point for Jab.
Okay, what's happening here? Chad probably just deciding how to defend against this barrage of pistol shots. I think is that a Blizzard being pitched? Yeah, Blizzard pitched to engage the Crown of Seeds here. Rampart also being used. That's going to be blocking 2. And if we see, even a 2-block card thrown in here will block this first pistol shot completely. And a 3-block would block it completely and leave the Crown of Seeds prevention floating for the next shot. It's a 3-block, so full block, Crown of Seeds prevention floating for the next shot. Still a resource remaining to use the shield again. Induction chamber now being used, and we see Dash spends 1 to load. Oh, and then we see the 3rd plasma purifier being played. So, we were talking earlier about how we've seen relatively few items, but now all 3 purifiers are on the board, and Oldham is probably not happy about that development. We're going to go from 2 4-damage pistol shots in a turn to 2 5-damage pistol shots in a turn, potentially.
Yeah, 5 still is okay for the Oldham player to block. You have Crown and Shield plus a 3-block from hand. Then you have the Shield for 2 and a 3-block from hand. So you can still get out of it with 2 cards blocked. But it is a lot harder.
This stuff starts adding up. If we see another induction chamber on top of that, things could get really crazy. The Winter's Whale attack here is easily countered by a Fate Foreseen. No Frostbite token there. Tunic still charging up, a blue card being pitched, loading up all 3 Plasma Purifiers, and this could be the first 5 damage pistol shots of the game. Spark of Genius, interestingly, they're being pitched. Pistol shot without the Purifiers being used. Just coming in for 2.
Yeah, I don't know what he's thinking here.
I wonder if he's waiting to do like a high octane turn or something. Oh, Blizzard played here. Okay. Dash will have to pay 2 resources to continue the turn, and I think pays 1, pays 2. I don't know why.
And my only guess is if he has a Technocore in Arsenal, but
might just be paying just to get those cards pitched and out of the hand. I'm not sure. Yeah, there could be a tech. I don't know. It seems weird. Crown of Seeds now being used, blocking 1, remaining 1 being used for the pistol. We'll see if the induction chamber does get used here. It might not. Yeah, it looks like he's not going to use it. I'm not sure why he paid for that, but that's okay.
maybe he's just keeping his options open.
He may have wanted that red zipper hit out of his hand. Maybe just trying to get more blues or something, or just trying to dig for something later on. I'm not entirely sure what he was going for with that one, but that's okay. You know, no damage ended up getting through, but it's still 34 life to 9 with Dash well in the lead.
I mean, it gets him 1 card deeper in his deck, so maybe he's trying to find that other induction chamber.
All right, what's going on here? All 3 purifiers being used. Jacob Kissel in chat asks, what are the deck counts? We're at 30 cards for Old Him, 20 cards for Dash. Strength 5 pistol shot incoming.
Yeah, Dash is really hurting by not having another induction chamber, because Oldham can just block it out with 2 cards in hand.
There isn't an Arsenal card this time, though.
That is true. I'm just saying in general. Because Dash's deck is getting thinner, at least.
Bad thinking about his defense against this pistol attack. 5 damage. So he could use, let's see, he could use his shield. He won't have Crown of Seeds, but he could use his shield, throw another card in there, and that would be blocking 4 if he has a 3-card block. Then he can use his shield again on this now, but he would still be blocking. So if he did that, and then he had another 3 block and activated the shield again, he would have used 3 cards and only taken 1 damage, but that would leave him with just 1 card in hand. Not a great situation. Does still have some armor, though.
It's also important to note that Chad still has Toma Findel, with Mage Master boots to gain a couple life.
Wow, staunch response being used against a technical plasma pistol shot. That's not something you see every day. Chamber being used. It's funny though. This blue staunch response is actually it's actually efficient when the pistol's up to 5 damage.
Yeah, I think Chad's finally glad that he can get rid of those out of his deck. Been pitching them all game.
Pitch. Is he gonna play something? It looked like he was gonna play something from Arsenal. No. Okay, loads. Pitches. Load. Pistol shot. Okay, yeah. Just another 5. He's not going to play a card from Arsenal. He's not going to use his Tunic this turn. Let's see what happens. Blocked with the tectonic plating plus the rampart to block 3. 2 damage gets through. The tectonic plating should be damaged here. Okay, and I was going to point out the tectonic plating, but it looks like they got it here. Block for 3, 1 damage gets through. There is going to be a frostbite token, but I think Michael is smelling blood in the water here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, with all that pitch left, he doesn't really care about the frostbite tokens. He has mostly blues in his deck anyway.
Pitches to load up the pistol, has to pitch 2 for it, but that's the frostbite token gone. And now we see 3 plasma purifiers being used. Thinking about doing something other than just shooting, I guess. Ends up just shooting though. Strength 5 shot.
Yeah, well, if you're the dash player, you don't really want to boost anything because you might boost out that other induction chamber.
I don't even know if he's running more induction chambers, honestly. If he were, I might have got that with that 3rd Spark of Genius, because we know he saw it, but ended up pitching it instead. Hold him here using the Crown of Seeds. That'll block 1. Shield comes up to block another 1. If he has a 3 block, that'll block the whole thing. This is the defense pattern you were discussing earlier. And he can then, against the second pistol shot, spend 1 to activate the shield again, and then use another 3 block card to block all 5. Okay, looks like he's blocked out all 5 here. Let's see. I think we're almost certainly going to see the induction chamber being used.
Yeah, it's pretty efficient to do that. I mean, the dash player really needs another induction chamber to make it game, but looks like Chad's going to be able to hold on here for that.
Efficient defense is one of Oldham's best characteristics. Okay, the 1 floating resource used to reload a purifier. There's still 2 cards in hand and a Tunic, though. I suspect we're going to see some more stuff coming out this game, or this turn. Blue card pitched. That's going to be 3 items loaded up. I wonder what the Arsenal card for Dash there is.
Or if it's a CNC.
Pitches another blue card. Loads the pistol. 2 floating. Is this going to be... No, it's not. Oh, it's a boost. First boost of the game. A throttle coming in for 6 boost hits, so 6 go again, and it will be able to be followed up by another pistol shot for 5. This is a prolonged game.
Yeah, you don't see this long of games in normal tournaments.
Shield being used again. This time it's going to block 2. That means 4 damage will get through unless more cards are committed to this defense. I think at the very least it's likely that we're going to see a 3-block card, which would then mean only 1 damage would get through. The problem is then there's going to be a pistol shot following this up for 5, and the shield won't be able to be used against it because it will still be on the chain. Looks like an endless winter committed to the defense here. So a total block of 5. 1 damage does get through from that boost attack. Then the pistol shot following up for another 5 damage here. And this time the shield can't be used against it. So it's going to be just the cards in hand that are available for the defense plus potential armor. 5 damage coming in. Our Oldham player is really getting whittled down. I don't think Chad has much of a way out at this point.
I don't think so either.
Blocked for 2. Blocks with a red pummel, takes 3 damage. Down to 3 life. 3 life to 28. Michael in full command of this game, I feel.
Think he's in Arsenal at Toma Findale finally, or do you think that's what he's trying to do? What do you think that?
I don't know if it's that or if it's a blue ice card that's going to get pitched just to swing the hammer. I don't know what it's going to be. Oh wow! Wait a minute here. I think the Achilles accelerator is being used.
He has one floating with Tunic.
Yeah, he can use his Achilles accelerator and then fire the pistol for an additional 5 damage.
Oh! Look at that.
Is he actually doing it? It looked like he was considering it. I'm not entirely sure. I don't know. It looks like maybe he's balking at that idea. Now, that shield is still active, so it could be used here to block an additional 2. And if the remaining card is a 3 block, it could block out that pistol shot completely. That's the question. Yeah, no, there we go. Achilles accelerator being used. That's an additional action point. Tunic being used for the 1 resource, and it's loaded into the pistol, and then the pistol fires for another 5 damage. And the shield now can be used because that broke the chains. That's going to block for 2, and then the remaining card in hand will have to be used to prevent... Or no, we could see armor also. If he really wants to, he could use his armor instead of the card in hand to stay alive. Wow, the remaining card pitched. The remaining card pitched. What? It was a polar blast? I don't know why that was pitched. Yeah, so he pitched that to use the shield ability again, got the shield up to strength 3, and then got hit for 2. I don't know why he did that instead of blocking with the card for 2 and then the shield for 2, which would have left him, left only 1 damage getting through instead of 2. It seemed like a confusing play to me, but maybe he, I don't know, maybe he's trying to leave that card on the bottom of the deck for some reason. I don't think it's gonna. To go to top-down view, you hit P twice. Okay, so then, yeah, it looks bad. Chad draws up. Michael has a full hand. His items are mostly charged up. It's, I think it may be the end of the road here for Oldham.
Sorry for the stream difficulties there. Sean was just adjusting his camera. Thanks for hanging in with us.
Okay, let's see here. Oh yeah, it looks like there was a question from an observer or a judge or something about what happened there, and they were explaining the play with the Achilles accelerator. Okay, so now Tunic counter goes up. All 3 plasma purifiers being used. And they are quickly reloaded. We're going to see some strength 5 pistol shots this turn. Well, maybe just one, we'll see. Maybe 0, we could just see him loading up his items and then playing another induction chamber. It could happen. But I think there's probably going to be some damage being thrown out there. Just put some more pressure on. There's no card in Arsenal now, so the initial strength 5 shot is going to be much more annoying to defend against. We might have to see some armor coming out from Oldhim to counter it because he won't be able to use his Crown of Seeds right now. And yeah, there we go. Initial pistol shot coming in at... Wait, no. He didn't use his... Oh, no, he did use his purifiers, and then he reloaded them afterwards. So yeah, purifiers used, pistol shot coming in at strength 5. Even if he activates the shield, he'll have to have some more as well. Defensive Art of War. Probably banish and draw 2 and then +1. So then that is going to allow... Oh, nice. So because he did that, he'll have 2 floating. He banishes and draws 2. A 3-block attack now is going to block for 4, and he'll be able to throw the Rampart in there as well to block all 5. Blocking 1, and then... Yeah, and then a Glacial Footsteps, which has +1 from the Art of War to block the remaining damage. Induction Chamber being used here, though. Dash is not done just yet. Loads up the Induction Chamber, loads up the pistol. Are we going to see any boost attacks or anything? Looks like we won't. Another pistol shot coming in for 5 damage. Floating resource being used here to get the shield to block again, blocking for 2. Another card, Oaken Old, blocking for 4. 6 damage blocked in total. Nothing gets through there, and it's going to be the remaining card to the arsenal. Or one of the 2 remaining cards there for the arsenal for Michael. There is going to be a card left for Chad. So let's see what he does with it. Might just get sent to Arsenal to enable Crown of Seeds. Might end up being used to swing Winter's Wail, especially if it's an ice blue. Looks like it's just going to go to the Arsenal, make that defense a little bit stronger. But, we'll see what happens now. Yeah, 15 cards remaining in deck for Dash, 21 remaining in deck for Oldhim.
The Chad just barely hanging on here. Trying to see if he can get anything going. See if he can outlast him, I guess, is the strategy now.
I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think that's a valid strategy against Dash. Especially not when your opponent has 28 life.
And there's more than anything else.
Yeah, because the thing is, Michael's not even really using cards for some of this stuff. Like, he's just pitching, and Chad is using cards on the defense. Okay, so Tekla Core pitch loads up all the purifiers are used, then they're loaded up again. Then a yellow unmovable being pitched to load the pistol. Pistol shot coming in for 5, and the chamber is available. We're probably going to see the Crown of Seeds being used here, and the shield being used here, and a card being used here. But here's the thing. So Crown of Seeds being used, okay, that blocks 1. Shield being used, okay, that blocks 1. Card being used, okay, that blocks 3. He blocked all 5. Congratulations. The problem is, okay, cool, you blocked all 5, but Michael spent 0 cards on this turn. All he did was pitch, and that's 1 card used for Chad, because that blocked card goes away. So if this pattern continues, it is not one that is really that good for for our Oldhim player.
Yeah, you're right there. That is true. Even though there is a deck disparity right now, Dash will slowly start to catch up and even pass Oldhim.
Oh, here's a boost. 0 to 60 red. Was that the boost card? No, that was there from earlier. Oh, yeah, okay. So the boost card looks like it was another mech card. 0 to 60 red, coming in for 4 with boost. Blocks 3 and throws the armor in there as well. Only 1 point of armor remaining. That Crater Fist is the only armor that Oldhim has left, with 1 block left. Cardboard Dream says Michael's waiting to be sure he doesn't whiff a boost. It's the only scenario where Chad is able to play a turn. I expect a boost now that we've seen Unmovable. Well, your expectation was correct there, then, I suppose. It looks like the floating resource probably being used for the shield, going up to strength 2, and then we're going to see another card from hand used to block out the... and then we're going to see another card from hand used to block out the remaining 3 damage from this heavily charged pistol attack, I believe. Or wait, the pistol is not being used to attack here yet. There's going to be the other yellow unmovable being pitched to load another item. Now the pistol shot comes in. The 1 is spent, putting the shield up to block 2, and then we're going to see a card blocking all 5. So Chad is still alive, but he is being whittled down bit by bit. He has down to 1 life and 1 point of armor. Probably going to arsenal his remaining card. At this point, I almost think it's unsportsmanlike to continue playing, to be honest. But I could be wrong. Different games have kind of a different culture about stuff like that also. So I don't know what Chad's background is in.
Yeah, for our league, we never enforced a time limit or time penalty. So
yeah.
I think Chad's just trying to hold on here, but yeah, we'll see.
And it's true, he's fighting for his team. Also, you want to give a good effort, but I just don't see a way out. Purifiers being used here. Now the purifiers are being reloaded. If it were a different hero and these attacks were using up the remaining attack action cards in the deck or whatever, and Oldham was like playing to run his opponent out of options, that would be one thing. But with Dash, that's just not how it works. Most of the damage is being done just by pitching blues.
Yeah, that is true. You're right.
Interesting point. No, reloading breaks the chain. Oh, I think this might be it. Looks like an E-strike is coming out. Pistol shot blocked by a staunch. E-strike. It looks like he said GG in chat. Okay, yeah. So I don't know exactly what happened there at the end, but somehow Dash got through the defenses and that was the game. So sorry for the very prolonged game there, guys. It was a grueling match, but indeed the barrage of pistol shots and assorted other attacks ended up taking out Oldham. So that is going to do it for that one. And the Hyperloops are now 2-0 in their match against Team Kitchen Fable.
Yeah, as we transition to the next game, Davis, I wanted to give you an opportunity to shout out who you are, your channel, and an exciting event you have coming up soon.
Oh yeah, thank you. So Yeah, as we're getting ready for the next round, so I'm Davis Kingsley. I'm also known as Tower Number 9 on here. So I have a blog at towernumber9.com where I have some fab stuff. I've also been doing some streams, including a bunch of streams from this game on twitch.tv/Tower Number 9, and the exciting upcoming event. I'm going to be showcasing a preview card from the exciting new Everfest set. And that is going to happen. Preview season is this week, and my preview is going to be on Wednesday, the 26th of January. And so I'm probably going to be showing that card on stream, talking about it, and having a discussion with anyone who wants to jump in on the chat at that time. So stay tuned for a Everfest preview stream coming out on the 26th of January. I'm also one of the league organizers or whatever, but yeah,
Is there anything that you can tell us about it, or we just have to wait?
I don't know what I'm allowed to say about the card at this point, so I'm going to hold off on providing any detail, but I think it's a cool card. I did take a look at it to make sure that it was a stream appropriate card, and it is. I'll say that as well.
It seems like this next set is going to have a lot of cool art, and a lot of good fun and family friendly art as well, because it's Carnival. Unless they do something to darken the carnival, this should be a great set.
Yeah, I'm hoping we have some of the stuff that we saw, especially with some of the shadow cards and stuff like that in the Monarch set, was questionable. There's definitely some cards from that set that I do not think are stream appropriate. There's one in particular. It's actually kind of funny because I don't even think that this card is particularly that inappropriate, but there is one card that actually has nudity, and I at least consider it not worth the risk to highlight that one on stream when it comes up. But it's kind of weird because I don't think that it's like grossly inappropriate. The card is Ghostly Visit, but it does have nudity, which is not something you want on stream. There's a few others from that set that are like extremely gory that I think are also just like, yeah, we're gonna hold off on highlighting that. You know what I mean?
Sure.
But this one that I have, no nudity, no extreme gore. It's actually a very cool looking card.
Great. Well, I look forward to seeing it and talking about it as well.
Yeah, and why don't you introduce yourself to the stream? Did you do that earlier?
No, my name is Tyler Broughton. I organize and run this league, the Flesh and Blood Competitive Team League. I also run the Facebook group Flesh and Blood Competitive Hub.
Yeah.
We're just trying to get everyone who's interested in the competitive play organized so that we can talk about what's going on around the country, around the world, and shine some more light on the competitive scene because it's easy to kind of fall back into our own little bubbles and everything, but when we're all connected, it's easier to talk about the meta, get the meta going, and get updated on what's going around in different parts of the world because there's so many people around the world playing this game, and it's exciting to hear about it. So
yeah, and do you have any announcements or exciting stuff to discuss for the second season of that league?
Not yet. We are wanting to do a second season, but we're just trying to figure out when to do it and what that's going to look like. And so, we're thinking maybe after ProQuest season, if there's a month or two after ProQuest and before the Pro Tour, / callings, then we think we might do another season. But the only problem with doing a second season right before the Pro Tour is that the teams that are in here want to keep their decks secret, and so they don't really want to bring their best decks to the league because of the upcoming Pro Tour, and so they don't want to reveal their decks. So it may just be something that has to wait till after the national season, and we might just do it in the winter as well. But we're just going to wait on the announcement from LSS to determine when and the best time is to have the next season. But we are going to open it up for the next season. Whatever teams want to come in and play, we're going to open it up to applications, and so your team can apply. We're looking to add a few more teams and add another division. And so if you're a team out there, get your owner to message me, and we'll get you on the list to send out the applications to when we're ready to talk about a new season.
Yeah, so that should be exciting in the future. It'll be cool to see what's going on with that. And what other teams might throw their collective hats into the ring and get to playing in this competition.
Yeah, this first season was invite only. We just talked to a lot of people I knew. We had 6 teams in here. Yeah, the next season will open up. We already have 4 or 5 teams who've reached out to me saying that they want to join for next season, so that's pretty exciting.
Yeah.
But let's look at this matchup that we have coming up now. We have Ruby Jake Russell from Team Kitchen Fable on Chain, and we have Quinn Wongku from the Hyperloops on Bravo. Davis,
Yeah,
what do you
so
think?
Ruby here is playing for his team's life. If he loses this round, the Hyperloops will take the finals. And I think that it's likely that we'll see the remaining 2 games played out, even if we do see Bravo win this one. But if the Hyperloops win this, even if they lose the next 2, they will still get a 3-2 victory overall.
Yeah, definitely. I talked to the leaders before this, and they said if it finishes up before the 5th game, they still want to play the last couple games to get the experience, to get the reps in.
Okay. Oh man, they're getting started fast, and we see. Ooh, look at this early play here from our Chain player. Ruby is not only doing the classic Chain start with the Rune Chant token and Soul Shackle, he then throws out a Time Snap potion.
Do you see what's in his pitch zone too? That Eclipse, man, that's best case scenario to pitch an Eclipse on turn 1 to create a Rune Chant and get that card at the bottom. Like, he's got to be happy with that. And to play a Time Snap potion, that's an ideal turn 1 for him.
Yeah, and we see our Bravo player in a very defensive configuration. Look at what he's got equipped. The Tectonic Plating Crater Fist and Nullrune Hood and Boots. So Arcane Barrier 2. Then for his weapon, he's forsaken Anothos to wield the Titan's Fist Hammer and the Rampart of the Ram's Head. So he is in a very, very defensive configuration. I think we may see him playing for Fatigue here. Comes in with a Disable Blue. Or I'm sorry, it's a Debilitate Blue. If Debilitate deals 4 or more damage to a hero, their first attack during their next turn has -2 strength, coming in at strength 6. I am going to grab a drink. I will be right back. Tyler, you're our commentary guy for now.
Sounds great. Looking at the history of these 2 players in the league, both players have played 3 weeks. Quinn is 3-0. He's won all 3 of his rounds. He played Bravo twice, and he played Oldham once. And Ruby Jake, he's 1-2. He's played Bravo once and Chain twice. And so both heroes know Bravo, and so it'll be interesting to see how this game plays out. But it looks like it's just going to be more attacks from the Chain side. Chain not blocking to take some damage so that he can attack more, and then the Bravo trying to block it all and attack when he can. So it'll definitely be interesting to see how the game plays out. Ruby banishing a Seeping Shadows, which is able to be played from the banish zone on his first turn.
I am back. I take it that Debilitate ended up landing there?
Yeah, took 6 from it.
Okay, well. If it is a fatigue game, his life total matters a lot less than the amount of damage that he's able to get through against his opponent. Seeping Shadows there, that I think he's prepared for fatigue. Pitches an Art of War. Consuming Volition Red. 1 Rune Chant coming in, and then Strength 4 go again. If the arcane damage hits, then the physical damage gains. If this hits, then the defending player discards a card. I think one way or another, that discard effect is not going to be going off here. Looks like a Tear Asunder pitch, blocking the Rune Chant with the Null Rune Hood or Gloves. 2 resources floating. I think we're going to see 1 card blocking 3. He would still be getting hit for 1. I'm surprised he's not using his shield here. What am I missing? Oh, that's it. Yeah, the crush effect made that consuming volition -2 or whatever. So it was actually only a strength 2 consuming volition. He didn't need the shield. Just the card was enough. Okay, so now we're going to see a Belittle Red. An attack card with 3 or less base strength is revealed, so he searches for Minnowism, reveals it, puts it into hand, and then shuffles. Now, this does mean that that Eclipse is likely no longer going to be on the bottom of his deck, so his setup is going to be compromised a little bit by that Belittle. But getting the Minnowism could get him some value.
Yeah, I think he's going to go for a red one to pump up that Vexing, or do you think he's going to go for a blue one to pitch to create a Rune Chant and Sword?
Yeah, the question is red or blue here. Vexing isn't very good in this situation because the opponent has Null Rune 2. Normally that's just a card that people are playing to sneak in Null Rune damage against people who do the more standard Null Rune 1. But I think the way that matchup works has really changed now that Seeds is out, because you don't have the constant 1 damage Null Rune pings anymore. It's a very different situation actually than it used to be.
Yeah, so he grabs a blue one.
Okay, blue. And then he can, he'll probably end up... Has he played a non-attack action this turn? I don't think he has.
He does not, no.
He could use the blue one to play that Seeping Shadows that he has in his pitch zone. I don't know, though. That might be something he's wanting to save for later in the game. Fate Foreseen coming out to counter the Belittle.
He's probably happy to see the Fate Foreseen blocking a Belittle. The breakpoint of 4 doesn't matter there. Ooh, and he has a Nimbleism from hand.
Yeah, that's an inefficient block. Nimbleism from hand breaks the combat chain, and maybe that's going to be followed up by that Vexing Malice. Pitches the blue Minnowism, I think, probably to make a Rune Chant. Yeah, and then it's going to be the Vexing... Or no, wait. Yeah, Vexing Malice from hand so that he gets the damage from the Nimbleism. So he's going to be coming in for 1 Arcane, then 2 Arcane, then 4 Physical.
Yeah. It's interesting. Maybe he could have, instead of creating a Rune Chant, pitching it and popping the Time Snap, so then he can come in with the Thorn at the end. Push through some more damage, but maybe he wanted to save the Time Snap for later.
I think he's probably saving that for later in the game.
One of his big turns when he has a lot of cards.
Another 0-cost defense reaction comes out that's Sink Below, countering the 4 damage there, and floating resources being used to counteract the arcane damage. Only 1 point of damage gets through. Ooh, Soul Reaping. Soul Reaping milled by Chain's Soul Shackles. That's gotta hurt. That's a card that you really do not want to mill. You want that in your hand, but he does not get it this game.
Yeah, Chain's looking. He's in a kind of a tough spot right now. I mean, he has full hands, but it's clear that he doesn't quite have the momentum yet. And that's like the thing with Chain. He starts off a couple turns slow, and then toward the end of the game, he's gonna be playing a lot of cards. And so I think Bravo is just trying to preserve his life total for when that happens right now. Alright, so we got Ruby playing a Vexing Malice with the Gogan, then a flock of the Featherwalkers creating that Quicken token.
What's up?
What's up? Sure. Sure. What happened? Oh, and it should be in the graveyard. There's one in the graveyard. I thought I played one. I played this one last turn with the Nimblism on it.
Yeah,
So
it
yeah,
should
there
have been.
should be two.
No, but I
Yeah,
only see one
there's only
vexing
one
in
vexing.
the graveyard.
Yeah,
There
so
should
I
be
think
two.
When,
There should be two.
yeah. Okay. Okay. So I take one blood debt down to 32.
Okay, we are back. I think that turn is basically being redone here after a little bit of an issue. Let's see here. Okay, so we'll see what happens now. Sorry about that, guys. Let's see what's going on here now. Sorry about that, guys. It looks like they're redoing redoing something. Meanwhile, Bravo swings hammer, blocked for 2 with skull cap, and then a Sigil of Solace comes out. Wow, triple hit on the banishes there from the Soul Shackles. We got 2 ghostly visits and a rift bind.
Yeah, that's potentially going to be a big Riftbind turn with the Quicken token and the Time Snap potion being available to him. Let's see if he decides to take advantage of it.
The thing is, all Bravo has to do is let Chain run himself out of cards, right? I don't think that this is a very good situation actually for Chain because, I mean, we'll see. The question is he going to be able to come up with attack turns that will be insurmountable for his opponent later on and like get enough damage through to end the game? And I think it's a tough battle to do that, but it is possible. I'm not saying it's not possible, but it's a tough battle to do that against a very defensive Guardian player.
And it seems like a type of matchup we would see during the Monarch meta. Bravo just trying to run Chain out of cards and Chain trying to do it, but Chain doesn't have the luxury of the Seeds of Agony anymore, so
yeah, I mean,
a lot harder to do that.
I think you're right that we would see this in Monarch. So in Monarch, this was a very advantaged matchup for Chain, but the Chain player had to be playing at a much higher level than the opponent. So like if both players were bad, Fatigue would easily beat Chain. But if the Chain player got good at like stacking the deck to set up the Riftbind endgame, you ended up in a situation where the Chain player would get a big advantage. When I say stacking the deck, I don't mean like cheating. I mean like pitching certain cards to set up an endgame where you play mini copies of Seeds of Agony and then you play very buffed Riftbinds. But the problem is that with Seeds of Agony banned, it's a lot harder to get a really strong endgame. Additionally, with Plunder Run banned, that takes away from Chain's offensive power. And meanwhile, Bravo has gotten some more defensive tools in the form of the Rampart of the Ram's Head in particular. Now, to be fair, Chain has also gotten the Rosetta Thorn, but we see Bravo countering that with Arcane Barrier 2. So it's an interesting situation, but I think that the nerfs and so on have certainly hit Chain pretty hard. Now, to be fair, if we were running this in Monarch meta with no nerfs, I would say this is like a... I don't know what percentage I would put on it, but it would be a very high percentage in Chain's favor if the Chain player is skilled. Like, if the Chain player is skilled and the opponent's just trying to fatigue, I might even say it's like an 80-20 matchup for Chain, or maybe even more. I think that Brendan Patrick and Hayden Dale from Arsenal Pass have talked about that in some detail in the past. And it's a very odd situation, but you know, right now I think that I don't really know what the matchup looks like now. I think that once again, though, it's really on the Chain player to come up with a very powerful end game, and the complexity of doing that is higher than the complexity of his opponent, who's basically just dumping cards to block.
Yeah, that's all true. I think it all depends on... A lot of it depends on what Chain banishes and what he doesn't banish.
Yeah, it looks like that turn he was able to get 2 damage through, and his opponent ran out of cards, so that's kind of nice for Chain, but you know, getting that damage through just means your opponent's at 40 because of that Sigil of Solace. So if the opponent's playing a defensive game and just trying to heal, it can be nasty. Now we're seeing a Minnowism red coming through. Minnowism red followed up by a Seeping Shadows. Next attack action card with cost 1 or less you play this turn gains +1 attack and go again. The Minnowism will give +3 attack to the next attack action card with 3 or less base attack strength you play this turn. What are we going to see to follow it up? Now, I think our Chain player here is also trying to use all the non-attacks in advance if possible to avoid breaking the Chain, because if he breaks the Chain, it will allow the Bravo player to use that shield multiple times. We now see a Captain's Call blue coming out. Not sure if he chose Go Again or +2. I think he probably chose Go Again here. Bounding Demagon yellow, so 2 base strength. Or no, he probably chose +2 because he has the Seeping Shadows for Go Again. So that would be +2 from the Captain's Call, +1 from the Seeping Shadows, +3 from the Minnowism. So it's actually strength 8 Go Again. A strong number from what's normally a pretty weak card. Bounding Demagon yellow is not a card that I typically like for Chain.
Yeah, it's interesting that after the Monarch meta and Seeds got banned, these Chain lists started going even more wide than they were, but with smaller attacks to throw into the little Minnowism combo. We saw that become pretty popular.
I think losing Seeds of Agony was also just a big degradation in overall card quality, because you took 9 Blood Debt cards that you really liked and wanted in your deck and removed them, so either your Blood Debt ratio got a lot worse or you had to find a bunch of replacements that probably weren't as good. Alright, heavily blocked, Chain being used for the Go Again, and we now see a Ghostly Visit red coming in for 4. Shield is active, but it looks like our Guardian player forgets to use it, takes 1 damage needlessly, and then Rosetta Thorn comes in, and now he remembers the shield, and so ends up taking another 1. So after that big turn, you know, only 2 damage ended up getting through.
Yeah, these next couple turns are going to be critical for the Chain player. These banishes are going to be critical as well. He's going to need, Shadow Urser, and... Oh, there goes his Eclipse.
Yeah, he hits the Eclipse because of that shuffle. It ended up back in the deck earlier than it would have been otherwise, but that's actually fine. Eclipse doesn't actually have Blood Debt, so he can just have that hanging out there, and it's okay. But he's on Shackle 5, and he's only done 2 damage. That's not where you want to be.
Yeah, I'm going to step out for a sec, Davis. You got it.
Hey, no worries. All right, Ruby trying to figure out how to solve the puzzle here. The Hyperloops in chat says Quinn should be 1 less health. Bounding was for 8. Yeah, I didn't catch exactly what all happened with that attack. I'm sorry. Looks like we're seeing Shadow Puppetry Red. Chain's ability then used. Followed up by a copy of Snatch, which is going to be coming in at strength 5. Go again. If it hits, look at the top card and you may banish it. And then the next Shadow or Runeblade card will also have Go again, I believe. So we see Jake kind of preloading his non-attack actions there, doing them before he plays the first attack to avoid breaking the chain and enabling more blocks from that shield. Snatch coming in for 5. Go again. If it hits, it will draw a card, and additionally, Jake will be able to look at the top card of his deck and decide whether or not to banish it. So I think it's very possible that he will look at the card first, decide whether to banish, and then draw if he gets the hit. But I don't think that Quinn is going to let him get that hit. This seems like an important thing to block. Block for 5. Oh wow! Unfortunate mistake there. Unfortunate mistake there from Ruby. He wastes his chain activation by using a shadow with a banish. Maybe he's taking that back. I'm not sure. Looks like maybe he's taking that back. Yeah, he's gonna go for the ghostly visit there. Pitches a ghostly visit to play a ghostly visit, coming in for 4 with Go again. Blocks for 3. 1 damage gets through. Shadow now with the banish, banishing a bounding Demagon red. So that's another 2 with Go again, and then he'll be able to play the bounding Demagon from the banish zone for another 4. That 2 gets in, and then now the bounding Demagon coming in for 4. It is going to be blocked for 3, so only 1 more damage gets through, but he did manage to land some damage that turn. And now Quinn doesn't have a card in the arsenal, dropped down to 33 life. So Ruby's making some inroads here. He has 40 cards in deck before his banishes. He's gonna go down here to 35. I guess he'd already pulled 1 off the deck. Looks like he's gonna hit 3 blood debt, 3 non-blood debt. Playing well above 60 cards for this matchup. Okay, Art of War coming out here. That's a classic one for Chain. Really strong card because you can banish an attack that you can play from the banish zone. Team Kitchen Fable in chat pointing out 44 cards in Bravo's deck, 44 cards in Chain. Chain has about 4 to 6 turns left. Yeah, we'll see what happens here. Art of War played, probably going to be for the Go again and then the banish, but we'll see. The problem is he needs to have a non-attack action to get these Unhallowed Rites and copies of Bounding Demagon. He needs to have a non-attack action if he wants to get those out of the banish zone. That might represent +1 instead of Go again, which would be interesting. And then banish and draw 2. He has 4 cards here. He has 4 different attacks that require a non-attack action to be played. I'm not sure if that die represents a +1. I think a Go again would be better here, but I could be wrong. It depends on what his non-attack action is. Maybe his non-attack action is a Shadow Puppetry, so Go again would be wasted. Uses Chain. And then he plays a copy of Snatch. I can only assume this has Go again. 4 damage coming in. Or maybe 5, but probably 4 damage draw a card. No, it was draw and +1. So this is just a copy of Snatch coming in for 5. Yeah, I think we might see Spellbound Creepers or Razor Reflex here. Either of those would potentially allow the attack to continue. Quinn thinking about how to defend against this one. Five damage if it hits draw. Blocked for 5. Is there a Razor? Doesn't look like a Razor, but we do see Spellbound Creepers. Spellbound Creepers into Shadow Puppetry. That gives the action point. I think Chain was already used, which does mean the Shadow Puppetry is wasted here. If Chain wasn't already used, though, he'll want to do an attack and then use Chain's ability. Unhallowed Rites red. Probably gonna put a copy of Howl from Beyond onto the bottom of the deck here.
All right, I'm back.
And coming in for 6 go again. If it hits, he can look on his top card and decide whether or not to put it onto the bottom. He may have forgotten his Unhallowed Rites trigger. I think Chain wasn't already used. I think he had 6 Shackles at the start of this turn. He may have pulled it out and then taken it back or something also. I'm not sure with the Chain activation because I'm not hearing what the players are saying. Oh, interesting. Okay, he's not going for the Howl from Beyond with the Unhallowed Rites. He actually pulls a Seeping Shadows instead. Okay, Seeping Shadows does enable some pretty big turns in the end game in theory. Six damage incoming. If it hits, he can look at his top card and decide whether to banish, but he will not hit. Now it's going to be blocked out. Now we see Chain's ability being used for the go again. Probably going to be followed up by a Bounding Demagon. And then he'll still be able to either play another Bounding Demagon or pitch to fire off Rosetta Thorn. Interestingly, he's not going for one of the Bounding Demagons. He's actually going for the other copy of Unhallowed Rites instead, coming in for 5. And he'll have 2 floating, which does, so now he gets that Howl from Beyond. He has 2 floating, which does mean he will be able to swing Rosetta after this, or he could make a Rune Chant and then Bounding Demagon, potentially. Looks like the damage lands this time. 5 damage lands. Down to 28 life here for Quinn. Keeping that card in hand, though, means that he does potentially have the ability to block out arcane damage. Okay, so we are going to see the Rune Chant being created, and then he's going to play a Bounding Demagon red, coming in for 1 arcane, 5 physical. So if Quinn pitches to block the Rune Chant, he will cause Spellbound Creepers to self-destruct, but he'll take a bunch of physical damage. That is what he chooses to do. He So he does manage to force Spellbound Creepers to self-destruct, but he takes a big hit from the Bounty Demagon. Down to 25 life. Good turn there for Ruby. So I think that with respect to the Seeping Shadows, I think that does help you go wider in the late game to prevent you getting shut down by those big attack or the big defense reactions. I also think that it ended up that he played 2 Unhallowed Rites, and I think that he actually only had 2 eligible things, so he ended up getting both of the eligible things back anyway. Well, a big banish here.
Davis, what do you think right now? Do you think who's in a better spot?
I think this is an interesting situation. I think that we see Jake has successfully managed to whittle down his opponent's life total substantially, but he only has a few more turns before he decks himself out. So the question is he going to be able to do enough damage or to set up a big enough situation here to close out the game? I think that I personally hope that we do see him win it out. I've played with Jake before. I think he's a cool guy, and I also think it will be more hype for the stream if Team Kitchen Fable stays in it. Sorry, Hyperloops, but I think streaming something where the event is not yet settled is more exciting. But I'm not entirely sure. Personally, I think that he has made pretty good inroads at this phase with his opponent on 25 life, no arsenal card, and him continuing to set up some good combinations. But we're gonna see if he can keep it up.
Yeah, for sure. And stay tuned after this game. We will have an interview with our MVP of the competitive league. So there's that to look forward to after this game as well.
Okay, so I think we saw another red copy of I believe it was a red copy of Howl from Beyond, and then followed up by an Unhallowed Rites, putting that red copy of Howl from Beyond on the bottom of the deck. Chain's ability was also used, so this Unhallowed Rites is coming in for 7 with Go Again. No on-hit effect, it's just damage, but damage is important. Blocked only for 3. I bet there's a defense reaction follow-up here. Yup, Fate for seeing red. Gonna end up with the full block on this. Snarky asks, are the deck lists for everyone anywhere? I believe not, actually. I believe some people want to keep deck lists secret. Captain's Call comes in. Captain's Call yellow. Next attack action card with cost 1 unless you play this turn gains +2, or the next attack action card with cost 1 unless you play this turn gains Go Again. Suspect he chose Go Again, though I'm not certain. And he's following up with a Bounding Demagon red. So if he chose Go Again, it's going to come in for 4 with Go Again. And if he chose +2, oh yeah, so only 1 damage gets through, so that was 4 with Go Again. And that does mean we're going to see something coming in here for follow-up. Pitches a CNC to play a Riftbind with that I believe has +2. So comes in for 5, blocked for 3, 2 more damage gets through. Bravo's life total continues to dwindle a bit. One thing that I think for Ruby here is you really want to be able to play Eclipse sometime soon.
Yeah, I think the game might hinge upon whether or not he can actually get that off. He does have time snap potions, so that'll allow him to play a couple extra cards. But
Good point. I had actually forgotten about that time snap potion, but it's there in the corner. 8 banishes.
he
He's
does
hitting.
not
He
have his
hits. Looks
creatures,
like
though.
three more attacks. A Riftbind red and 2 blue Bounding Demigons. Unfortunately, Bounding Demagon blue, not my favorite card in the world. Okay. He needs to play 6 Blood Debt cards to enable Eclipse, and this got a lot more difficult once the Seeds of Agony were banned. Art of War coming out here.
Yeah, this Art of War turn is going to be very critical for him to see whether or not he can go the distance.
23-22 on life totals. Wait, he's taking it back. What's going on here?
Technically, he never pitched for it, right?
Yeah, he technically has not pitched for it. Both players are looking at cards in the discard pile here. Ruby's got to figure out a way to play 6 Blood Debt cards and activate that Eclipse. Having that powerful demon or whatever on the field is going to give him a much better shot of making it through the defenses.
Now, do those Blood Debt cards have to be from the Banished Zone, or can they be from hand too?
I believe they just have to be played. They don't have to be played from the Banished Zone. Yeah, you just have to have played 6 or more cards with Blood Debt.
Using a red for that Art of War probably does not feel good.
Yeah, that's not great. Banish is a CNC. He's successfully kept his opponent from having cards in Arsenal, which I guess means that the CNC isn't needed.
Yeah.
Also, pro tip, do not attempt to summon demons in real life. Bad idea.
Yeah, let's not have any of that.
It's actually kind of funny. I think that, like, thematically, Chain is interesting in terms of, like, oh, this guy's making deals with a demon or whatever, and, thematically, he gains power in the short term, but in the long term, it's not going to go so good. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which is interesting theme. And I think we may see that in this game if Quinn can keep his defense up, where Chain will be destroyed not so much by the actual stuff his opponent was doing, but just from his own hubris or whatever as he runs out of options.
Yeah, he's trying everything he can to succeed, but killing himself in the process.
What do we got here? It looks like a Howl from Beyond came out. I think this Art of War was probably for +1, I guess, because it looks like he used Chain here. If it was Go Again, he wasted his Chain activation. Riftbind coming in. Riftbind for big damage. Upstart Goblin says, "LOL, nice PSA about summoning demons." Yeah, man, just gotta keep things wholesome here for the stream. Ooh, it looks like this is going to be blocked out by a red Staunch Response plus the shield, stopping that buffed Riftbind here. I don't know why he chose +1 rather than Go Again with that Art of War. Maybe he's trying to save those copies of Bounding Demagon to do something really powerful late in the game. I'm not sure. It's a little odd to me.
I mean, he's probably realizing his life total doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, no, I'm not concerned about it for the Blood Debt. I just feel like he could be getting more damage out on one of these turns if he was doing because like the +1 is going to get him 1 or 2 damage, whereas if he did the Go Again, he would be able to play. I guess those are all yellow or blue Bounding Demigons, But if he played a yellow bounding Demagon with that, it would allow him to do an additional 3 damage instead of the 1 or 2 damage that he got from the +1. I just don't think that it's worth it to do, unless he's trying to save those to try to play his Eclipse later. Okay, he pitches a bounding Demagon blue, doesn't make a rune chant for some reason, just comes in with the Rosetta Thorn. I guess if he made a rune chant, it would just let his opponent use the shield again, so it's inefficient. Yeah, that makes sense. So he's coming in with Rosetta for 2+2. I do think Go Again would have been better because the +1 gave him +1, and the Go Again would have let him play a bounding Demagon yellow for +3. But I might be misunderstanding the situation. So we'll see what happens. Pitching. What's happening here?
Yeah, I'm not.
Oh, I just realized that I was physically muted and no one was doing anything or saying anything, so I thought the stream was breaking down. Okay. So what I wanted to say was, I think honestly the better play would have been to try to get that Art of War into Arsenal, because we've already seen that Bravo's happy to block with 4 cards from hand, and the Howl would have forced the defense reaction out. And
I think he might have needed to use the Art of War to get pitch, though, because his first pitch card was a red. I think it's possible he didn't have those blue pitch cards until after he'd played the Art of War and drawn from it.
Yeah, I think you're right. And
he had a hand of reds.
What's unfortunate is Ruby did have 5 blood debt cards playable that turn, but not 6. I think it goes I think Eclipse was definitely built around seeds, being a very big factor, and so I think in Everfest we're going to see something to make up for that a little bit.
All right, here we see 9 banishes. Okay, a lot of blood debt stuff in the banish now. A lot. 2 shadows, 2 copies of Howl from Beyond. Seeping Shadows, invert, 2 inverts actually, and a Ghostly Visit. Man, one way or another, he's got to get some of this stuff out of the banish zone, because if he first off, he wants to do it to play that Eclipse, but second off, if he doesn't do it, he's actually going to die from blood debt, and he only has 1 more turn before he's out of cards. His opponent's at 22 life. Is he using the time snap potion? It might have just been a fumble there.
Yeah, I think Chain player is not in a great position right now. He's gonna have to have a massive turn, or else it's going to be game over for him.
He's using the time snap potion.
Oh,
Art of War.
that is exactly
man.
what he needed.
He's going for the big turn this turn. I think this is his moment. He's got to have a. I think he's got to have a big turn here, and his hope is that he can not just unleash a big turn, but also play Eclipse. That's got to be his plan here. Time Snap Potion pitched. And the other Time Snap Potion used 2 action points. Art of War banished to draw 2, and I suspect that he's chosen Go Again. He plays a Howl from Beyond red. Next attack will be +3 and Go Again. He plays another Howl from Beyond. He's going to have to pitch something for that. But next attack will now be +6. He doesn't have any Rift Binds for maximum scaling. He pitches an Invert, still has 1 floating. He has a lot of copies of Bounding Demagon here. This is almost certainly going to be a turn where he is going to hit his 6 Blood Debt cards to play Eclipse. Let's see what he's got going for him here. This is his moment.
Just a fun thought. He could have played the Time Snap Potion. Or he could have broken the Time Snap Potion to play a Time Snap Potion to break a Time Snap Potion. Wouldn't that be 3 points then?
Why would that be good?
It's more action points.
No, because when you play it, you use it, right? Like that uses an action point. Like it would just be like doing more actions. I guess like maybe it's actually kind of interesting because now that I think about it, that could be favorable for Briar. What do we got here? Okay, it looks like he's coming in now with a Ghostly Visit red, which should have Go Again from the Art of War, and then +6 from the 2 copies of Howl from Beyond. So strength 10, Go Again. It's now time for the big numbers to come out here, I think, and we're gonna see if he can put enough damage through to get control of this game. 22 life though. 22 life's gonna be hard to chew through. Snarky asks, does anyone know what deck size Chain started at? Tuned in on Shackle 5. He had 31, 23, so that's what? 54 plus these 3, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65. I think he started with a 75 card deck. I think he put his entire deck in for this matchup. Okay, 75 cards plus 4 equipment plus 1 weapon. So that's I think he went all out.
Yeah, I mean when you see the Jurgen's Bravo, you kind of have to do that.
Yeah, I'm not. I basically gave up on Chain after he got nerfed the first time, so I'm not up on what the tactic is these days. But we're gonna see if Ruby can navigate this situation and somehow get the win. Wow, it looks like that just got in. Big damage. Steeping Shadows now being used. This attack will get +1 and Go Again. Bounding Demagon coming in for 4 Go Again. And that's going to be, I believe with that Steeping Shadows, that is the 4th and 5th Blood Debt cards that have been used this turn, which means that he's then going to be able to do another, this has Go Again, so he could then use Chain for Go Again, play another Bounding Demagon, and then play Eclipse and attack with the Demon if he wanted to. So he actually will probably be threatening lethal this turn, but of course Bravo has a lot of defense available. Sink Below coming out to counter that, to counter this one. Oh, and he still has that extra action point too. I forgot about that. Man, this is going to be a really big turn. Okay, so then uses Chain's ability. Still has 2 action points. It's going to be another Bounding Demagon. This one's a Bounding Demagon yellow coming in for 3. Has Go Again. So he's still going to have 2 action points after this.
It's a massive turn.
Yeah, it's wild. I mean, this is kind of what so Chain kind of has to play for these giant turns in the end game, I think. If you're against an opponent who's very heavily defensive, you're not going to be able to chip enough damage through from normal turns. You have to build up for a giant turn. And in the past, that was pretty easy to do because you could play a lot of seeds and then play rift binds, but now it's much harder.
Yeah, Bravo just taking damage here. I wonder if he's maybe wanting to save 6 attack for the token next turn, or what?
I think this, yeah. So I think he may be thinking, okay, I have to take a bunch of damage so that I can kill the demon.
Yeah.
One of the funniest things about this game in terms of background knowledge or whatever is that the like, you know, Chain in lore is trying to summon this demon that's really powerful or whatever, and Levia, there's a similar thing, and they're like really powerful and crazy threats and so on. But then like in the game, you actually play them, and then your opponent can often kill them very easily.
Yeah,
like you just have to do 6 damage, and it can't block or anything. And it's like it's a little anticlimactic that this giant end of the world monster or whatever, and then this guy's like, okay, I'm just gonna hit it with my hammer. We'll see if that happens in this game.
Yeah, LSS did announce on their Twitter a couple days ago that there was going to be a card that is used to protect or defend allies.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
He was able to play the Eclipse, and he comes in with a Thorn at the end, pitching a CNC. That's important that he still has a CNC in his deck as well. After this turn, he's going to have 7 cards in his deck. So he's going to be able to choose one of them that he draws out of the 4 that have been pitched. Bravo going
Damage
down
gets
to 4.
in. Rosetta.
Where's his token?
I think he may be just using Eclipse to represent the token. I'm not sure.
Okay.
So I think he has Rosetta, and then the actual demon attack for another 6, maybe.
It's also important to note that Ruby has Carry and Husk to block for 6, as well as 3 more block on his Grasp, and potential another one on his Skull Cap. So this game is not over.
Well, I mean, the problem is not the problem here is his ability to actually damage the opponent. Looks like there was a slight error there where Quinn took too little damage. Maybe, but I think he may have used armor or something. I didn't actually see it.
No, if he used armor, he would have. He wouldn't have.
Oh, I guess he
would have
blocked
blocked
armor in
2
addition to
instead of
that.
1 because he would have had the counters in that spot. So yeah, Bravo. Someone in the chat caught it, and I went and replayed it, and it's correct. Quinn did go from 11 to 6.
Gotcha.
Great. Thanks, YRBD Nephilim, for looking out for us.
Okay, so but here's the thing. I think Bravo has kept these cards in hand so that he can now swing for 6 and just kill the demon. As I was saying earlier, they're weirdly easy to kill. That whatever card that allows you to defend allies isn't out yet. So, I think he was holding back some defense, and I think he was holding back some defense for this, and now we're gonna see it. But we'll see.
So because of how the defense went, how the pitch stacking went, Ruby's gonna have 3 invert existences next turn.
Triple invert.
Yeah, that is going to make this very, very spicy on Bravo's end. as far as
Does
how he's
Bravo have non-attack actions in discard?
Actually, that's a great question. Let's find out. I can't, so I guess we'll learn when it happens. I didn't see a lot of non-attack
I mean,
actions.
does he have
Any.
Terrace Unders in there?
Maybe. There's a tactic where you intentionally sideboard out non-attack actions to prevent invert existence from doing anything. I've seen it before.
Yeah,
I think we saw it in this league before.
yeah, and I mean, we telegraphed that Ruby would be playing Chain. We didn't make any changes to who he would be on, so I think when you get matched up now, there's a good chance. I think Quinn is checking as well, potentially checking his graveyard. So someone did message me on Discord. There was a Terra Sunder block at least. So
Okay, interesting.
if there are things like stone walls or anything like that, there is potential for more.
Yeah, any blessings or?
So what's going on here? What's Quinn thinking about?
It's a great question. Personally, I think he might be weighing the opportunity cost of getting defense reaction into Arsenal and trying to pause out. This next turn will be Chain's last turn. That will be able to do any kind of meaningful damage. So yeah, whoa, that is spicy. That is unbelievably spicy.
What?
What? He arsenaled...
Maybe a misclick?
Well, he put the card in art. I think maybe he's changing his mind, and I think Ruby's changed his mind a few times, but he did.
Yeah, I don't know
cards.
what's going on with this. I think he should be swinging the hammer.
Yeah, I mean he did get to see those cards. It's a hidden information thing versus like a working with everything.
Sean, you want to go? Okay. Well, I think maybe.
Okay, he validly passed. He did that on purpose.
Okay.
Okay, I don't know why he did that, but he did do that. And okay, so
it looks like Ruby has a third invert in hand.
Okay, here we go. Ruby has no more deck left. He does have a bunch of cards in the banish zone that can be played here. His Husk should self-destruct this turn. Yes, it self-destructs now. I'm very surprised. I'm really confused by what Quinn did there because I feel like he should have blocked with some of those cards. If he was blocking, and given that he was saving them, I assumed they were to kill the demon, but then he didn't do that either, so I'm kind of confused.
Yeah, so to kill the demon, he would have had to spend all 3 cards, and Chain has the capacity to go wide next turn with some inverts, so 4 cards wouldn't cut it for defense to stop.
He couldn't just pitch. You think he couldn't just pitch to Tectonic and then pitch? Oh, because he doesn't have. You're right. I thought he had a Nothos and he doesn't have it, so it's way harder for him to kill the demon. That is a very interesting point.
If only your pitch zone went straight to deck, he'd be pulling the Minnowism back in the hand.
Yeah. So Belittle a Red is actually really annoying here, even without the Minnowism, because it's actually swinging for lethal, so something's going to have to come out here to block it. And he used Chain beforehand, stacking up his options efficiently. So this is 3 go again, and then he's going to be able to do something else that also has go again, and then follow up. I think Jake might be able to do it here.
I feel like I mean, he might be able to. I do believe that Ruby does have an invert in hand, and I do feel like that was a little bit of a misplay to not set it up so that it would be banished. But maybe Ruby has something else in mind. Maybe he wants to hold. I think if Bravo's not running No Rune 2, I think putting it in the hand is fine. Pitching it and then having, that extra oomph in your final turn is fine.
No, he may have put it in his hand on purpose though, so that he could use one of those copies of Shadow and banish it.
I think you're
to
on.
get
Yeah,
another go again.
I think you're on a different wavelength than I am. I think that's correct.
Okay,
Oh,
so then
Urser. He might have it.
Demon comes in for 6. It has go again from Chain. It's double blocked.
He might have it because you can't stop.
Oh, here we
3
go.
inverts.
I think he's gonna do the thing that I was just discussing. I think
Yeah.
yeah, there we go.
Wow.
Invert. Okay, 2 go again.
2 go again is big. With only 1 in hand right now, there is a card. Dude, the card in Arsenal has to be a.
It hits for 2.
Oh man, what's in Arsenal? I feel like.
What is this? Wait. How many cards are there?
Wait, what just happened?
No, he spent his 2 float to make a rune chant. Why did he? What?
You're gonna have Rosetta for a rune chant and a.
What is happening? This is crazy. Urser.
Oh, here's what he's doing.
Shadow,
Here's what he's
took the shot of
he
Urser.
makes
Okay,
the
okay,
rune
okay.
chant, and then he's then gonna
GG's,
pitch
he
this
got
other
it.
blue.
Bravo got it. Or I mean, Chain got it. Well done. Fantastic chain play. Well done.
He made the rune chant, and then he played out the inverts, and the inverts killed his opponent. He did it. Okay, I was definitely confused by the order at which it was happening, but he did it. I was skeptical, but Ruby pulls off the win and keeps his team in the battle. 1-2 now. Team Kitchen Fable 1, Hyperloops 2, with a incredibly convoluted series of big endgame turns. Ruby ends up getting the kill on Quinn's Bravo there with Chain. It is still possible to beat fatigue strategies with Chain. You just have to do some very complicated plays.
Yeah, the reason why I didn't talk most of that towards the end is I just didn't even know what was going on. I haven't had a lot of experience with Chain.
I mean,
so.
I don't feel I had 100% command of it myself. That was a wild sequence of events. But it's interesting. I think that I had not factored in that without a Nothos, it was going to be much harder for him to kill the demon. And I think that ended up, I don't know though, if he had been able to use those two of those cards on defense instead of just like leaving them in his hand for that last turn, would he have lived? I think it's possible. I don't know. Interesting situation there for sure. Ruby ends up prevailing. All right, what's our next matchup?
We have our next matchup is going to be.
It's going to be Joshua Lau's interview actually next. We're going to interview League MVP Joshua Lau.
Before that, we have Jasiel Diaz taking on Cody Williams. But yes, before that, we're proud to announce is the Flesh and Blood Competitive Team League MVP of Season 1 is Joshua Lau from the Card Guyz. Joshua Lau is the only player to 5-0 this season to play all 5 weeks and win all 5, and he did so on 3 different heroes. He played Dorinthia twice, Bolton twice, and Prism twice. So when we had the voting from all the team captains and administration, Joshua Lau won the vote and is named MVP. Joshua Lau, thanks for joining us. And congratulations.
Hi, I'm trying to get my webcam to work. It seems to just turn on for a little bit and then turn off. I might need to restart my computer. I don't know.
Oh, no worries. We're not using
seems much. Oh, okay. If we're not using the video, that's cool then. Hi.
Yeah. Congratulations on being named MVP of Season 1.
Thank you. It's a great honor to be given that, and yeah, thanks for organizing the league and commentating and everything. We really appreciate it. Got some very good games in.
Yeah, for sure. Tell us a little bit about yourselves, how you got hooked up. You're on the Card Guyz, and tell us a little bit about your season.
Sure. So I originally am from Hong Kong. I started playing Flesh and Blood in Hong Kong, and I was actually the first player in Hong Kong to reach 1,000 experience. I started.
Nice.
My first official event was like very beginning of January in 2021, and I had 1,000 experience by May roughly. I was playing like 6 to 10 events per week. Season 1 skirmish, Season 2 skirmish, and just local armories in Hong Kong.
Crazy.
In July, I moved to. I was originally from the U.S., but I lived a big chunk of my my life in Hong Kong. I went to high school in Hong Kong. I went to university in Hong Kong. I started my career in Hong Kong as well. But the political situation in Hong Kong has kind of degraded. So in July, I decided to move back to the US. And that was kind of like right during the RTN season. So I went to a couple of RTNs. That's where I first got to meet the Card Guyz. I played against them in a couple of the Georgia RTNs. And then I just kept seeing them at every single calling. I went to Las Vegas, I went to Dallas, I went to Cincinnati, and I went to Orlando. I went to all 4 of them, and I kept seeing them there. And since we're from the same area of the U.S., they're from Georgia, and I'm from Alabama. And Nathan, who's also on the Card Guyz, is also from Alabama. So we were from like the same geographic region, even though we weren't on the same team back then. We played RTMs, we played skirmishes, and we were from the same area, right? So I got to know them over the 4 callings, and just after US Nats, there was like a Blitz Season 3, and they were like, "Hey, we really liked hanging out with you, and we think you're an excellent player," and they basically roped Nathan and I into being Card Guyz, and now they have 7 players instead of 5. The season, I played 5 matches, 6 actually. The first match was actually kind of funny because the very first match I wasn't scheduled to play, but because of some logistics error, one of my teammates didn't really want to play his match. But I was like, no, we're gonna play this. Even though I literally never played Prism except at the Monarch pre-release. I literally never played it in Blitz, never played a CC match of Prism. But my brother plays Prism, so I could kind of play Prism through osmosis. So that was my week 1, was thrown into the deep end, Prism against Reinhardt, and so I'm a Dory main, so I'm very used to seeing what Aura Prism does. So I was just like, okay, I'm just gonna try to do what my brother does to me. So that was week 1. Very, very interesting match. Week 2, I play against Chris, who very, very strong player. I think he got almost made top 8 at the Dallas ProQuest. I played him in round 6 of the ProQuest actually, so I remember him. And that was Bolton versus Dash. Came down really to the wire there. Both of us were pretty aggressive. And I caught him with a card that doesn't block, so I got the win there. Round 3 was really, really interesting because that was a rare Dory versus Dory CC mirror, which never happens. I can't remember the last time I played a Dory CC mirror. It must have been the RTN season. It's been a long time, but yeah, I played against Alberto. He's top 8 in Las Vegas, very, very strong player, and he's been playing Dory for a long time. So we had a really, really nice old school match. So I kind of anticipated that he was going to play Dash. So I brought a very, very old Dorinthia list from the Crucible War days to that match. And it just so happened that list actually runs, because in the CRU meta, it was Dash and Dory were the top dogs. So I actually had Yellow Steelblade Shunt in my deck list. So that really gave me the edge in that match in week 3 against Alberto. Unfortunately, we still lost 2-3 that week, but I had good fun that week. Week 4, I played against Bravo, Team Kitchen Fable's I'm not sure how to pronounce his name. Jasiel.
I think it's
he's-
Jasiel.
Jasiel. Okay. Yeah, he got. I think he got. I remember at the top 8 tables at Dallas. I saw him. He was on Bravo. I think he got second at the Dallas ProQuest. I was top 8 at that Dallas ProQuest as well. So I remember seeing him and watching him play, and yeah, he was a very, very strong Bravo main. So I decided to that week I went back to Raiden Bolton. I played Raiden Bolton in week 2, and I played Raiden Bolton in week 4. And that was another match that just went down to the line. That one, I think I had like 3 cards left in my deck. I had to set up like multiple 5-card hands as well as I could, just to punch in barely enough damage. So I barely got there. And that was actually the ace match for that week. That was actually match number 5. So that was like as high stakes as it gets. So
Yeah.
We won week 4 3-2. And then in week 5, I played against Paul, who was also 4-0 from the LGS team. And I saw he was playing Lexi recently. So I decided to switch from Bolton to Dorinthia, because I thought Dorinthia would have a pretty good matchup against Ranger in general. And yeah, he flipped over Lexi. I thought it was going to be an Ice Lexi, but it turns out he was playing Lightning Lexi. So that kind of just became a race. He didn't really have defense reactions. He wasn't running Sink Below, Fate Foreseen. He wasn't running Take Cover or any of the traps. So that was a very entertaining game as well. Yeah. During that game, he had an endless arrow that like smacked me for like 16 or something like that.
Oh man.
He kept on getting to reuse it. So yeah. So that was the main season there. Just one game playing Prism, 2 games as Raiden Bolton, 2 games as Dorinthia. But I probably won't go back to playing Prism, because I have a teammate that plays Prism, and I'm the warrior guy, so I'll leave it to Alex to do that.
What are your biggest hopes for the upcoming Everfest releases when it comes to warrior stuff?
Well, they tweeted that there's going to be something that destroys auras, which is
That's what you want because of that Prism Dorinthia matchup?
That is I don't even know if that's a 1090 matchup. That could be worse than 1090. Like if they just are holding their Arc like Sentinel, using it very strategically, that becomes a very, very, very tough matchup. And you don't have a lot of 6 attack power cards, so like even once they wear down your armor, the Erudition is going to hit, and it's just a nightmare, that matchup. So if there's something that gives either a generic card, it's probably going to be a generic card, but if it was a warrior card, some way to destroy auras would be nice. However, I think there also needs to be some, like right now, I don't really like all the 1-cost pre-combat pumps like Plow Through.
Warrior's Valor.
No, I love Warrior's Valor. Warrior's Valor and Steelblade Supremacy are the exception. But things like Nature's Path Pilgrimage, Plow Through, Dauntless, Dust Path Pilgrimage.
Okay.
Just the fact that they cost 1, throw off all the math for Dorinthia, because she needs a blue pitch, and then if you have some sort of go again, plus the Dawnblade swing, and then you need an attack reaction, and you're paying for some pre-combat pump, like it just doesn't work out in terms of cards and pitch. So I think they need to release something that costs 0 and that has some effect that's very strong, but maybe doesn't directly pump the weapon. I guess the closest thing right now would be like Iron Song Determination, even though I don't think that's actually very good in CC. I don't run that in CC, but something to that effect of it gives like a very tiny buff, but a very powerful effect, and it costs 0 would be nice. I don't know what they could design for that, but if they design more +3 1-cost pumps, unless something else changes in the macro scale, like just the cards and pitch don't line up correctly for Dorinthia, which is one thing. One thing I hope in Everfest that they print. I also hope that they print more weapons. Like right now, as Dorinthia, I've tried running Centauri Saber. During my Las Vegas testing with my brother, I tried Centauri Sabers against him. But he was playing Aura Prism, and he's like, "Okay, now I don't respect any of your attacks." I'm like, "Oh, okay." And so yeah, so without Dawnblade, Dorinthia just I tried axes, I tried the sabers, they both didn't work. So I think some sort of a weapon for warrior would be nice.
Great.
And that would benefit all 3 warriors, like maybe even Bolton and Kasai could use them. That'd be nice. I also would like some sort of head. I presume that, like, if you look at the WTR heroes, like Warrior doesn't have a helmet, Ninja doesn't have a chest piece, Bravo doesn't have legs, and Reinhardt doesn't have the arm slot, right? So I presume in Everfest they're gonna give those classes, like they'll
More
probably
equipment.
give Warrior. Yeah, they'll probably give Warrior some sort of headpiece, so then you can run Brave Forge Bracers, Courage of Blade Hold, Refraction Bolters, and then whatever the headpiece is. Like right now, Arcanite Skull Cap is nice. It's fine. Generally, as Warrior, you can also manipulate your health pretty well. So you can generally get 3 block out of that. But I feel like one of the worst things as Warrior is like when you run into those 4 red card hands or something like that. So something like the Hope Merchant's Hood effect, but maybe it's like you switch an attack reaction for a non-attack or an action or something like that, or vice versa. Kind of like Become the Arc Knight, how that they can switch. Something like that would be nice on the helmet.
Definitely.
And maybe, just 1 block on the helmet would be, and a nice effect would be enough to get me to drop Skullcap.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I would hope for. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Well, it's time for us to get back to our next game. Thanks for playing in our season, and thanks for the interview. And
of course,
congratulations on MVP.
Good luck in this upcoming ProQuest season. I hope to see you in the Pro Tour.
Yeah, I'll try my best to get an invite. And yeah, thanks for organizing the season. And yeah, I'll be tuning into the rest of the matches. Take care.
Great. Yeah. We have next up we have Jasiel versus Cody. Jasiel's on Bravo, and Cody is on Viserai. So yeah, Davis, what are you expecting for this match?
Well, it's going to be interesting here. I think that likely we're going to see another Viserai combo deck here. Now, who are we looking at here? I think that we have this time it's going to be Jasiel. Jasiel's representing Team Kitchen Fable. Is that correct?
Yeah, and he's gonna be on Bravo.
So Jasiel trying to keep his team alive. The last Viserai deck that we saw in here got defeated pretty handily. We'll see if Jasiel can hand out a defeat to this Viserai as well.
Yeah, both these players have a lot of experience. Cody is coming in. He finished second in the MVP voting. He got 4 wins and 1 loss. He played Briar twice, Oldham once, Bravo once, and Viserai once. So he's well versed amongst a lot of heroes. He's also finished, has a PTI, I think, finishing a top 8 on one of the callings. And so Jasiel also had a great season with Bravo. He finished second at the ProQuest in Dallas. As Bravo, he lost to Prism in the finals. And so both these players have seen a lot of success this past season. So it'll be a really good matchup to watch.
We could see something different happening here at the very least. The Card Guyz asks, what is the match count? It is currently 1-2 with Team Kitchen Fable 1, Hyperloops 2. So, interestingly, we're actually seeing Viscerai making some attacks here.
Yeah, we see the Reaping Blade coming in again. Jasiel deciding to take 4, doing a Rouse the Ancients.
Jasiel, I think, is trying to just pour on the offense here.
Oh yeah, I think he watched the stream last night and decided not to be like that Oldham and just not attack at all. But I think he wants to punish Viscerai for going OTK. So pitches to Anathos for 6 after Rouse the Ancients for 7. So gonna come in for him for 4 this turn. So yeah, an efficient turn there from Jasiel. Viscerai passing his turn. Jasiel pitching a Spinal Crush to create a Seismic Surge. And then swinging Anathos for 6. Is that Reaping Blade stuck out there?
These guys are so experienced at their heroes, they're playing like at light speed.
Yeah, we got to increase the commentary speed in order to keep up with this game. All right, let's see what's going on here.
Jasiel's played 2 Sigil of Solaces despite Viscerai having Reaping Blade. That's really good.
Yeah, it's interesting. And making a Seismic Crippling Crush coming in, Dominated Crippling Crush coming in. So it does seem that we are now in the accumulate rune chance phase of the game for our Viscerai player, and Jasiel trying to keep the pressure on and attack aggressively in order to try and break through those defenses, and gonna try to use Bravo's dominate abilities to get some big attacks through and try to impede the opponent with damage, potentially with some crush effects, and prevent them from just building up rune chance freely. As you were saying earlier, very different from the strategy that viewers of the Australian Nationals might have seen. Oh, but look at that red unmovable from the Arsenal. He actually 100% blocks all 11
Wow.
damage dominate, and Cody stops all of it.
And he didn't have to use any equipment for that. That's crazy.
But the downside was it looked like he didn't have a blue pitch, so he had to pitch 2 cards to play the red unmovable, plus a card from hand that he blocked with. So he only had 1 card remaining, which went to Arsenal, didn't get a real turn. Now we see a dominated Spinal Crush coming in. Spinal Crush, not that big a deal for Viscerai, depending on what he's trying to do in the turn. But yeah, we'll see what happens here. Okay, so blocked 3 and then a reduced to rune chant coming in. So blocking 7, 2 damage gets through, crush effect doesn't go off, and a rune chant is created. Cody now has the opportunity. He does have the ability to do multiple things this turn. Since that Spinal Crush didn't resolve, goes for a Whisper of the Oracle blue, and he's going to be able to potentially follow that up with more stuff to create more rune chants. We are seeing him doing a lot better than the previous Runeblade player, just in terms of the life totals and so on this early in the game. Comes in with a Sonata. Sonata for 0. And it hits for 1. Unfortunately, both the attacks that he got there are reds. Shuffles up, banishes the Sonata. What is he going to do now? Is either of the cards that he has in hand worth putting in the arsenal? That attack probably wasn't. He plays a Mauvrian Skies gets a rune chant and then just draws up. He's not going to arsenal the red attack that he drew. He's probably going to use it on the defense. Ooh, a Rouse the Ancients comes in. Cranial Crush and Disable revealed from hand. Yellow Disable, interestingly. I wonder if that yellow Disable indicates that Jasiel's going to try to target the arsenal and prevent his opponent from building up more cards.
Jasiel up to a strong start here.
Double block. 1 damage gets in. Pitch. Seismic. Pitch. Anothos 6.
That's 2 Rouse turns in a row. Well, not in a row, but 2 Rouse turns already.
A reduced to rune chant yellow comes out, blocking 3 damage and creating a rune chant, but 3 damage does get through. Down to 30 life here for a Viserai player, but he now has 10 rune chants.
This is not looking great for Viserai. I mean, he has been able to put up 10 rune chants, but
he still has all his armor. He has also been able to make rune chants without using too many of his like core rune chant generation cards, as far as I can tell. I think he's in an okay spot. It also seems to me, it does seem to me that he has more defense reactions than we saw in the previous deck. You know, we've seen the I think he's running more copies of the reduced to rune chant, and he's running unmovable and stuff also. What do we have here? Yeah, there's another unmovable. Block from hand plus a red unmovable from the arsenal stops the crippling crush completely. Even though it was 11 damage dominate, 0 damage gets through. Now on his turn, he doesn't have anything to do. He just puts a card in arsenal, and Bravo is going to probably keep up the aggression here. Let's see what happens. Jasiel trying to keep his team's hope alive, and Cody trying to seal the deal for the Hyperloops community. Bravo's ability being used again. Seismic Surge created. Another Spinal Crush with Dominate.
We're seeing a lot of his big attacks already. It'll be interesting to see how he can manage the game without any more
I wonder if he has Remembrance or anything to get some of those back in. He does have 2 floating. This could be a pummel. Looks like the unmovable red, but it's from hand instead of arsenal this time. Not sure what's happening there. So some damage does get through. 2 damage gets through, I think. These big defense reactions paying off here. This wasn't something that we saw in that previous Viserai deck. Ooh, and here comes potentially a big turn. Mordred Tide. Oh, nice. This is going to be a lot of rune chants generated. Mordred Tide into Become the Arcanite, discards the attack. He's going to fetch a Read the Runes red, and that's going to be another 6 rune chants here. So he's almost in combo position, despite it being relatively early in the game. He's up to 18 rune chants, which is pretty close to combo position. Cody doing much better here than our previous Viserai player.
Jasiel's had a lot of turns that have been good turns, and those immovables have been coming in clutch.
Jasiel's he's been hitting powerful attacks with Dominate, and it just hasn't been getting in.
There we go.
Ooh, Terra Sunder, another big Dominate attack probably. Even if it's just an Othos, it could be big.
Yeah.
So 7 damage Dominate. If this hits a hero, they discard 2 cards. But here's the thing, Cody still has all his armor.
Yeah. So he can get away blocking with the Skeleton and the Grasp, or the Skull Cap and the Grasp probably, and 1 card from hand. Now Jasiel could have the pummel here.
Looks like it's going to be no defense reaction, but he is able to use a single card on the defense plus 4 armor to prevent getting hit by that. So interesting situation here. Now, we could see him initiate the combo at almost any point. He could do it now if he wants to. It would be a little premature. Given that he seems to be playing an increased defense reaction density, he may need to get more rune chance before he can reliably hit his combo. Oh, he's going for it, I think. Bloodsheath Skeleto's coming out. So Cody's going to try to use the Sonata combo, even though he has 18 rune chance. So he's going to be able to do Sonata for 9 plus 3, so 12. The problem with this is that he does have a lot of defense reactions, so this is a little risky. It might backfire. We'll see what happens. 4, 5. He's not getting very even ratios to begin with.
Here we go.
Oh, it's starting to even out.
No defense reactions. Oh wow, even.
Wow, exactly even. I think that is very lucky from Cody, given the defense reaction density that we'd seen earlier. I mean, maybe he just saw all his defense reactions earlier or something, but hits an exact even Sonata, and that's going to be 6 arcane damage coming in. Normally, I would say it's very risky to go off that early, but he, one way or another, it seems to have worked quite well for him.
Yeah, he'll have enough cards left in his deck where after he's done with this combo, he'll be able to just do a mid-range Viscerai pretty effectively. A lot of options here for Cody, taking his time to think about what he wants to do, what the best line's going to be.
All right, 9th Blade of the Blood Oath, 18 rune chance, 9 physical.
Yeah, having a 9 physical, 18 arcane attack when you're at 28 health, still, that's pretty crazy.
Looks like he's taking big damage here.
Yeah, it's straight damage. Jasiel's wanting to see if he can, if there's other attacks that come in that have hit effects that he'd rather block instead.
Yeah. That makes sense. It does make sense. I think that was just the arcane damage, though. I think he still has to decide what's going on with the physical damage. He still has a lot of armor, of course. Hasn't used a single.
Well, now he's lower, so Skull Cap gets an extra block too.
Yeah, his Skull Cap's up. Does block 6, so he's going to take 3 damage there from the 9th Blade. 7 card hand now for Viscerai. Mavrian Skies. Mavrian Skies off the Spellbound Creepers here, giving him the extra action point. Creates another rune chant as well. Spellblade Assault coming in. 2 Rune Chance and 4 physical. Does have Go Again from the Mauvrian Skies. If it hits, it will be another 2 Rune Chance. And yeah. Rune Chance get in. Looks like it's going to be an armor block to block all 4 of the physical damage, preventing the extra Rune Chance from the Mauvrian Skies. But the Mauvrian Skies did give it Go Again. Now we see a Rune Flash itself with Go Again. Another 3 Rune Chance, 4 physical. Looks like a bad situation for Jasiel. No on-hit effect here. Looks like the Rune Chance hit for 3. Probably at least 1 card will be used against the physical damage. Looks like 1 card against the physical damage. Physical damage lands for 1. 1 Rune Chant left, and there is still an action point. Only 1 card in hand for Jasiel. He still does have some armor, though.
Yeah, that suddenly this game took a big swing. Big
Yeah,
turn.
it's
That's
hard.
6 and 6 off the Sonatas.
It's hard to tell without knowing the deck list here whether Cody just got lucky here or what. But this is a, this is a very strong combo turn, despite the fact that he was running higher defense reaction density. He ended up with the perfect ratio of attacks and non-attack actions. Didn't hit a single defense reaction, and looks to be reaping the rewards now.
Jasiel during the regular season played Lexi 3 times and Bravo twice, and so it's reasonable to assume that he knew the Bravo was coming at him and was going to put unmovables in for that reason. But he also drew
the
them
unmovables
early.
Honestly, even if it were Bravo or Lexi, unmovable might be a reasonable option. I don't know. I guess Lexi could be running Heart of Ice to impede that.
Yeah, he drew them early and got them in his arsenal and was able to use them exactly when he needed to. So
yeah, the question to me is how many other defense reactions were still in the deck when he went off, because those can really mess with your Sonata since they don't benefit either aspect of the tally. Wow, Meet and Greet Red, that has Go Again as well. 1 Arcane, 4 physical. If it hits, it'll create another Rune Chant. Arcane hits. Block 2, last card being used. Block out the physical damage completely to avoid another Rune Chant. And then pitch and 1 Rune Chant plus Reaping Blade. That's exactly 4 damage, and I think that's game. Oh no, there's a Sigil of Solace in the arsenal, and it's used here to keep Jasiel alive. Jasiel ends up living at 3 life. Okay, it's not over yet, but that was a huge reversal of fortune. Let's see if Cody can close this one out. No Rune Chance.
27 cards in the Viscerize deck, 46 in the Bravos deck.
Yeah, it is possible Viscera will fatigue out.
Yeah, it's a matter of offensive resources here. Because we don't see the Rosetta, there's no guaranteed damage. We do know there's 1 Sonata Arcanix left in the deck, so that could potentially do 2 Arcane if you're pitching 2 resources for it. But realistically, not a lot of guaranteed damage here. Only ways to thin out Bravo's hand.
On the other hand, if he keeps coming in with 1 Rune Chant per turn plus some physical damage, at only 3 life, you end up having to pitch to prevent the Rune Chant, which doesn't put you in a great spot.
Yeah,
and I believe Jasiel's used all his healing unless he has what's it called in there?
Blessing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And blessings at least somewhat questionable, I feel, because the Reaping Blade does impede it normally, so I'm not sure if he's running it.
If I'm Jasiel, I think this is the turn I take Arcane right here.
Yeah, you got to take the Rune Chant here because it's going to be 5. I assume this is E-Strike Go Again, and then it's going to come in with a. Then he's going to come in with the Reaping Blade as well. So he's got a. Oh, interestingly, he's going to go for a full armor block on the Reaping Blade. That's not what I expected. I expected to see a card from hand there. Okay, what's happening now? He does have it. Oh, Blessing of
very
Deliverance.
Nice. Red Blessing. That's big.
That is big. He
Hopefully-
doesn't. Oh, he looks like he doesn't have the ability to throw something out there for more damage. If he can live through this next turn, this Blessing of Deliverance might heal him and keep him in this for longer. That is probably not what you want to see if you're Cody. You know, once these decks go off with their big combo, you often end up in kind of a state where you can't do as much. And if the opponent can heal enough and fatigue you, you might end up in trouble.
It also means there's probably 2 more of them in there.
It's a good point. I don't think we've seen Jasiel block with them.
I know that the Kale McCreath list in New Zealand Nationals is running Blessings. Maybe he got some inspiration from that.
Cody's really thinking about his turn here.
He knows that these next 2 turns are critical.
Yep.
He's got to find some way to give his stuff go again.
Yeah, and if this is so there's two things that could have happened, right? Either Jasiel has a big threat in his arsenal or he has a defense reaction. Both of those are really bad for Cody, but he kind of needs to find out if Jasiel has a defense reaction in arsenal or not. So he has to attack. He can't just generate rune chance here.
Okay, so Rune Chant and then Meet and Greet Red. Rune Chant blocked by Showtime. Meet and Greet Red blocked by a Sink Below Red. No damage gets through. Looks like Spellbound Creepers being triggered to play a Read the Runes Yellow. All that's going to do is make 2 Rune Chants. Or not, yeah, it will just be 2 Rune Chants because he hasn't played a non-attack action. Whoa. I guess it makes 3 Rune Chants for had he played a non-attack action? Was that a Read the Runes Red? What did I miss there?
I let him
Okay,
know.
looks like it might have just
Yeah.
been an error.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's
And
I do
spell-
that all the time when I play Viscerai, is I tend to forget, like, is Viscerai active or not?
Oh!
Spellbound Creeper self-destructs. Oh, that Blessing of Deliverance Red, very bad result, only heals 1 life. But he did see 2 more Blessings of Deliverance in his top cards. So if he can survive a bit longer, he may get more of a chance to heal.
Yeah, I actually think seeing them clumped is not great for Jasiel, because he's
No,
not
no.
able to...
I think it would be much better to have healed 3 and not seen the other ones at this point, rather than healing 1 and knowing more healing is coming. Comes in with a Nothos for 6. At this point, Cody can just take 6, quite frankly.
Yeah.
The real concern for Cody is going to be being able to get enough damage through, especially now that he knows that more healing is potentially on its way for his opponent.
Can you remind me what color the blessings were? Were they both red, or were
I
they
think they were both
mixed?
red, but I'm not 100%.
They were both red.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the best case for Jasiel is if he somehow has his defense reaction in Arsenal here, and only has to use 2 cards to defend next turn, and can somehow chain 2 blessings together. That is the best case scenario. Ooh, Become the Arc-Knight. That is not good for Jasiel.
Yeah, Become the Arc Knight. That's definitely a strong card for Cody. Pulls a Mordred Tide. I think he's probably going to be trying to just make a huge number of Rune Chants. Mordred Tide comes out. There's another Rune Chant. Read the Runes Yellow. Yeah, so it looks like I think it's possible here that Cody has realized I'm not sure that I'm going to be able to stop him with like incremental attacks. At this point, I have to build up Rune Chants again and try to overwhelm his defenses. But with only 3 life, I think it's very possible that we will see Jasiel being overwhelmed. I suspect we're going to see those blessings being played here. First blessing comes out.
Yeah, if he can chain together 2 blessings and an attack that can disrupt Viscerai,
Yeah,
that's the only scenario. Because if Viscerai comes in next turn for any more than 4 physical and 9 rune chants, he's going to be dealing a ton of damage. And we have to remember that the healing will not come into play until Jasiel's next turn.
Yeah, so Jasiel, this next turn I think is going to be very important. If Jasiel can somehow, if Jasiel can somehow live through this next turn from Cody, he'll have 2 Blessings of Deliverance going off. But all he has is an Anothos swing. That is not what he needs. That is just not what he needs here.
Yeah, that's okay. So we do see the
Oh,
pummel.
but Pummel comes in.
Okay.
Okay.
Reduce, but that does add an extra damage next turn.
Adds
which
another
is
Rune
not
Chant though,
gonna
so
be
that's
good.
and the Pummel on hit is not active because this is not an attack. He does manage to land some major damage. That should be a 7 damage hit, I think. But he doesn't really need damage here. He needs disruption, and he didn't get it. Okay. Can he live through this turn? If he can live through this turn, he'll have those 2 Blessings of Deliverance to potentially heal him into a position where he can go for fatigue. But this turn is going to be very crucial, in my opinion.
I mean, he has 10 rune chants, so assume you pitch 3 blues to block 9 of it. That's 1 damage, and then 3 block. Like, unless it's like a sink below or something in Arsenal, I think it's pretty much done for Jasiel.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here.
Especially if he drew reds.
The dream scenario for Jasiel is like sink below red and Arsenal 4 blues in hand.
The dream scenario is Viserai having to swing with Nebula Blade.
Yeah, like Viserai has nothing that's better than Nebula Blade, so it's just 10 arcane, 3 physical, and then you block all the arcane and the physical, or you take like 1 arcane or something. Yeah, like you have the 0 cost defense reaction to block whatever the physical damage is. You can pitch to block all or all but 1 of the arcane, and then next turn your blessings both hit for 3. You heal 6, and that puts you at 9 life, and all of a sudden the game looks very different. But that's a kind of a dream, and we'll see whether or not that can come to fruition in reality here for Jasiel.
Yeah, that big Sonata turn took out a lot of attacks out of his deck. There's a chance he drew no attacks. I mean, at least you could just create a rune chant with Grasp, right?
Sonata.
Oh.
That's dangerous. But it's a Sonata for 0.
That's a hit.
It is going to hit, though. It is going to hit.
Yep.
That's going to be it there.
There's 1 more arcane.
If Jasiel has 4 blues and a defense and like a 0 cost defense reaction, he can live.
Pitch and block.
Oh no.
Become.
Yeah, that's pretty. So he's gonna go if he has a 9th blade still in deck, Jasiel's in big trouble.
Yeah, 9th blade in deck would close out the game, I think. I don't think there's anything you could do. Yeah, there's a 9th blade.
Well played, though. Really good closeout from Cody. I think
it's actually kind of interesting. I still am not sure. I would have to see the deck list. I actually don't know if Cody played this well or if he went off too early and lucked out.
I do think he lucked out a little bit. But I think in the end game, he's making great use of his end game resources. Yeah.
I think this part he definitely has played well. You know, he saw his opponent. He saw his opponent had stayed alive. He saw his opponent had some good defense, and he kind of shifted into building up rune chants again, and ends up being able to come through and close out the game. So, well played by Cody there. I'm not sure. Like I said, I'd be interested to know what the odds were on that on the Sonata when he first went off with it. But I do think that he managed the situation after that well. Tough luck for Jasiel. You know, to be fair, Jasiel also, it seemed like he had some pretty good luck. He was throwing out some powerful attacks and so on early, but Cody had those big defense reactions that he needed to prevent being hit by the crush effects and come in with a combo and then ultimately close out the game. So that does mean the Hyperloops community has won the Flesh and Blood Competitive Team League Season 1. Congratulations to the Hyperloops here. Big victory. Big victory.
Yeah, they were in command pretty much all season. I'd say they came in as the favorites and they left the favorites. So, Team Kitchen Fable here putting up a valiant effort against them. They had a good season as well. So, yeah, it was definitely a successful season 1, I would say. But we got one more game coming up. We got Jimmy Lee of Team Kitchen Fable against Joe Cologne, the team captain of the Hyperloops. So that should be a good game as well.
All right, yeah, we are going to play out the 5th game. even though the Hyperloops are now victorious, we're going to see if they're going to close out the season with a 4-1 win or a 3-2 win, depending on what happens in this final match.
Cologne coming in here, 3-1 on the season, playing Lexi twice and Prism twice. Jimmy Lee coming in here 3-2 on the season, playing Bolton all 5 rounds. So let's see if he sticks with Bolton or if he goes with something else.
Interesting situation here. Let's see what happens.
Did you see the new spoiler card that just got released?
Yes, I did.
What do you think of it? I'll read it for everyone who.
It seems. Yeah. Why don't you read it out and then I'll discuss that.
Cool. So the card is called Even Bigger Than That. The red, it's 0 cost instant. In the rare slot, it says play Even Bigger Than That only if you've dealt attack damage this turn. Opt 3. And then if you reveal the top card of your deck. If it has attack greater than the amount of damage you've dealt this turn, create a Quicken token and draw a card.
Yeah, so this strikes me as a really strong card for Ninja in particular. When I look at that, I see like, okay, pitch blue, Kadachi for 1, go again. If you don't block, I can now play this card, and it's going to be very easy to find an attack with attack strength greater than 1, at which point I can get a Quicken token and draw a card. I can then use that Quicken token to potentially start a combo from like later on in the phase, if you understand what I mean. Yep. Like, because I have a Quicken token, all of a sudden I can do, let's say I do a Whelming Gust Wave, I can just immediately play the Whelming Gust Wave and then follow up with the next part of that combo. I don't have to actually have the combo starter. I can just jump into it. So that to me seems pretty strong, especially for Ninja, but I think it will actually be quite playable in some other decks as well. The interesting thing is for decks that have bigger attacks, if the first attack actually hits for a lot of damage, it makes it harder to find an attack that's bigger than it to get the draw, which is interesting. But it does seem like a powerful card to me.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense. The Cheerios Briar deck, like how Briar got a little bit of a nerf, especially the ball lightnings. It would have been nice to lead with a ball lightning needed to hit and then to play this on that. So, yeah, it's a very interesting card. And so I think you're right. Ninja is where it'll be played the most, which makes me excited because I'm a Ninja main. Yeah, it's also a rare, so we'll see if it comes in a yellow and a blue pitch too that will opt 2 and opt 1 for you. I would consider playing the yellows in a Ninja deck so that you can pitch for the Kadachis, or you can opt 2. I don't think going down from opt 3 to opt 2 is that bad.
Yeah, it's interesting. We'll see if it ends up being a prevalent card. But at least to me, it strikes me as having high value, at least potentially high value. All right, now we're going to the last game of the match. On the left, we have Joe, the leader of the Hyperloops, playing Prism, and on the right is Jimmy from Team Kitchen Fable, playing Bolton. Now, Raiden Bolton is, I think, maybe Prism's actual worst matchup. I'm not 100%. But initially, just based on the heroes, I would probably give the advantage to Jimmy, though. We're going to have to see what happens here.
Yeah, Jimmy's probably one of the best, if not the best, Bolton players that I know. He's just constantly grinding on that deck, and he knows that deck inside and out. So I'm expecting a powerful showing from Jimmy here.
I'm also expecting some spice from Joe on the Hyperloops. There's no secret that Jimmy plays Bolton. And like Davis said, there's no secret that it's a very often bad matchup for Prism. So I think Joe will potentially show us some spice to offset that.
Yeah, let's see what he does. With Prism going to be a powerful force in the meta coming up and during this Pro Quest season, it'll be very interesting to see how he adapts to this Bolton.
Okay. Here we go. Don't know why the lifestyle is set to 11 there. Maybe just not updated yet. Yeah, Raiden Bolton here. Raiden Bolton versus Prism. This is not, in my opinion, a good matchup for Prism. Wow! Prism equips Talishar the Lost Prince.
Woo!
I don't know if this is just a spicy meme deck here, or if this is some kind of special tactic to combat what's normally a very bad matchup. But we're gonna see what happens here. Joshua Bartlett in the chat suggests Prism's worst matchup is actually Rhinar rather than Bolton. But yeah, we're gonna see what happens here. Talishar the Lost Prince is not what I was expecting, though. I'll tell you that much right now.
I think I definitely think that we're going to see a lot of generics, so that you can't, because when you think about it, Bolton has 6-7 damage attacks that he can pop Phantasm with. I think Joe probably built this deck special, or maybe he had one on the side, specifically because the match is already decided. Who knows? We'll never know.
Yeah, I think he had two decks planned. One if he was gonna have to win it for his team, or one if the match is already decided, just to see how it would go.
Yeah.
He also had a very strong inkling that Jimmy was gonna play Bolton, so I think it might be just be an aggro Prism with access to all the heralds.
All right, well, Herald comes in and it's blocked out.
Another interesting thing to know is that they will not have Go Again because there's no
No
Luminaris.
Luminaris here, so there's not a go again on that Herald. I really question the talent. It's also possible that Joe is like, hey, look, dude, we already won. I'm going with the meme deck. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right, Jimmy's looking at his opening hand and considering his options here, I feel. Let's see what he does. Okay, starting off with a Take Flight Red charged, follows up with a Raiden Swing, and then puts a card in Arsenal. Pretty solid turn for Bolton. That's like a relatively straightforward thing that he likes to do. And now I said Rune Chant, but I can't. Wow, Scar for a Scar coming in. This is not the normal Prism build at all. Scar for a Scar, 4 go again. And I think before it resolves, he plays an Art of War? Art Art of War for +1, banished and draw 2. 5 damage lands. What a situation, man. What do you guys think about this? Is this what you expected when you saw Prism versus Bolton?
So Joe did message me before we started the match. He said expect to see some like crazy stuff.
Yeah.
I think he said it was on Cody, but I think he had this ready. I think this is because of the nature of the league, right? So here comes the flock. So because of the nature of the league, you know who your opponent is, but you don't know what hero they're going to present. When you're as consistent with heroes and players that you send into the league, we've sent Jimmy 4 or 5 times on Bolton. Everybody knows that Jimmy won't play anything if it's not Bolton.
Okay, so he may have known.
Yeah, so he may have
this was
known
coming.
and prepped for it, and used it as an opportunity to make something spicy.
Well, he certainly succeeded, man. Scar for a Scar and Flock of the Featherwalkers, Talishar Lost Prince, and he actually does some major damage here. Jimmy not defending, just saying, okay, I'll take that damage, and then let's see what we got here. What a performance here from Joe, though. I'm already much more excited about this game than I would have been for the standard version of this matchup, which as mentioned earlier, I feel is highly Bolton favored.
Yeah, hopefully the solid entertainment continues. I think if this deck is designed well, it'll continue to add pressure to Jimmy.
Bolt of Courage Red with a charge, coming in for 3 damage, +1 if blocked by an attack. If it hits, it'll draw a card. No block, Courageous Steel Hand Red, +3, goes to 6. Bolton's ability now being used to give it go again because it has extra stats from the Courageous Steel Hand, hits and draws a card. Now Jimmy has the advantage on life. Take Flight Yellow. No charge this time, but it still has go again from the earlier charge, coming in for 3, followed up by Raiden. Or wait, no. Yeah, Raiden for another 3. And then the remaining card goes to Arsenal. So both players doing powerful turns here. 21-29.
Wow, if Joe is Chain, he'd be having a fiesta right now. 2 Art of Wars in a row.
Art of War coming out, banishes a Flock of the Featherwalkers blue, I think. Draws 2, looks like he gave it +1. That makes sense because he still has the Quicken token. Sarah asks, what's that Prism weapon? A Skin of Lumina. No. This is a crazy environment, Sarah. That is Talishar the Lost Prince, an almost entirely forgotten card. The only generic weapon in the game. It is 2 resources, put a rust counter on it to attack, and it swings for strength 4. At the beginning of your end phase, if it has 3 or more rust counters on it, destroy it, and it can attack once per turn. Widely, I think, considered the worst weapon in the game. Actually, it might not be the worst weapon in the game.
It's the best weapon in the game.
Maybe that wizard staff that does arcane damage is the worst weapon in the game.
I think that's
correct. Very unusual situation, and Sarah, if you're just tuning in, we're hypothesizing that Joe knew that his opponent would likely be playing Bolton based on previous games in the league, and because Prism has an awful matchup against Bolton, maybe playing a very kind of spicy rogue deck here to try and switch things up and give the opponent a surprise.
I love the use case for Spears of Surreality here. I think that's probably the linchpin card that makes this possible. And the fact that it's cost 1 makes it very easy to use footsteps off of it.
Oh, now look at this. Flock of the Featherwalkers yellow, creating another Quicken token. It has go again from the first Flock of the Featherwalkers from last turn. Then that creates another Quicken token, and now we see a copy of Snatch with go again, and it has +1 from that Art of War. So it's coming in for 5 if it hits draw, go again. And yeah, let's see what happens here. Jimmy's ahead on life, but if he lets this hit, he'll not only be behind on life, but his opponent will draw a card and keep up the pressure with other attacks potentially. Oh, but a Soul Shield comes out for Bolton. Good counter there. Blocking all 6 of it, and it goes to Soul, but a Razor Reflex Yellow comes out from Prism, buffing this up to 7, and it's going to land for 1 damage and get a card draw. Yeah, there we go. The Go Again is wasted because this already had Go Again from Quicken, but it's still enabled the card draw. Tunic used, and a Flock of the Featherwalkers red now played, revealing a Spears of Surreality red and creating another Quicken token, as well as threatening 6 damage. This is wild. I think Joe has the advantage in this game right now.
Yeah, I think so too, because what Joe has is a much more... So when you think about how Bolton takes 3 cards to do anything, with the way damage is being dealt and where Jimmy's at, it's highly likely that Jimmy gets below 10 and close to lethal before he can do anything meaningful. And at that point, you know, Flock of the Featherwalkers, a bunch of Go Again for cheap is going to pressure you until you likely die.
Now Jimmy does have his Find Spring Tunic charged up, which is often a powerful asset for Bolton here. Let's see, yeah, and there we go. He's using it already, getting a resource via the Vanguard. Single charge off that via the Vanguard, coming in for 4 damage, +1 if blocked by an attack. He will be able to follow up with Raiden. Banishes for Go Again, 4 damage lands. And then Raiden swing for 4. We could see this potentially also banish for Go Again. Yeah, we do. Another 4 damage lands.
You want to see a Bolt of Courage red here.
Something's wrong with the life counter here.
Here, I'll pop in a chat.
He took 8 damage this turn. He should be at 13.
No, they're good.
Okay, there we go. Ooh, and then a Illuminate comes out for 5 damage if it hits Go to Soul. Strong turn here from Jimmy. Both players are getting low on life fast. Arcanite Skullcap blocking 2. We'll see if another card gets thrown in there to try to prevent the on-hit. No, he's just seizing the opportunity to block with the Skullcap. Is going to take 3 damage down to 10 life.
Man, this is some of those control games early in the day were running long. But here we are getting
this one is not running long at all. This is maybe the opposite of that Oldhim versus Dash game that we saw earlier. How long did that game take anyway?
Oldhim versus Dash, it was like over 90 minutes before, and technically Oldhim did not die. I think he just stopped blocking at a certain point, which is healthy
it was
for the stream.
That was a tough one because not only was it extremely long, it was also like pretty obviously over.
Yeah, it's hard to. It might be worth discussing for the future of the league. Like, if you're on, if you impose a time limit on stream, though, the problem is you have to impose it.
I think it's better. I think it's better to have it untimed. It's just unfortunate that ended up happening.
Yeah, I agree, and that's the problem, right? Is if you don't have it untimed, then you can have that happen. And then you also have to consider, like, are you gonna try to enforce timing games when people aren't playing on stream? So
yeah, and then is playing on stream a disadvantage? You don't really want people messing around with stuff like that. Okay, so Snatch coming in with Quicken, red copy of Snatch, 4 Go Again if it hits draw, blocked, armor block.
If I'm Jimmy, I'm giving Tunic here. I might give Tunic, to be honest. I don't see this game going 3 more turns.
Yeah, you don't think he's going to get another Tunic charge? I don't know, though. He's got to block 4, so throwing the Tunic in doesn't help that much unless he also puts the Skullcap in, and I think he's hoping to use the Skullcap when he's lower life.
Oh, he does.
Yeah, it looks like he has a Razor as well as the Brave Forge Bracers, 4 block. Razor Reflex from his opponent again. Wow. 3 damage is going to get in, and it does, and there's the card draw. But once again, the Go Again effect of that Razor Reflex is wasted because he already has Go Again from the Quicken token. However, getting the card draw is certainly nice to have. I believe he has a Spears of Surreality red in the arsenal, and there we go. He plays it out, coming in for 5 Go Again. It does have Phantasm, so it could be broken here by a big attack. Let's see what happens.
I think he takes it. I think he took it, and sorry, I think I was blocking the stream. Ooh, Coax a Commotion, spicy tech. Let's go.
Coax a Commotion. Wow. I think Joe's actually has the advantage here.
Yeah, I think so too. I think unless Jimmy's hand is exceptionally spicy, unless he's got Lumina, frankly, I think Jimmy's in trouble. But I think Jimmy's okay with letting this hit a little bit because the benefits of Coax affect both
Yeah, it's
players.
double-sided. He blocks with Skullcap only and takes 2. And then it looks like Joe opts for the double heal. So each player heals 1 life. Oh, and he may also... I think he also created the Quicken token for both players? Yeah, he did. Okay. Interesting. The Quicken token for both players probably benefits Joe more because Bolton can already get Go Again relatively easily. I'm not 100% on that, though.
Okay, so we do see an Express Charge.
Yeah,
that actually
has
probably
Go Again
made...
from that Quicken token. 4 Go Again.
That did make Jimmy's turn a little bit easier, I think.
Yeah, but he could have given it Go Again anyway with the snaps if he had to. Okay, takes it. No damage. There it
is.
Oh, man, I was about to say, if this is Lumina, that's what he wants here. And it is Lumina. Lumina Ascension coming out, and then Raiden for 4. If it hits, he'll reveal his top card. If it's a light card, it goes to Soul and heals him for 1. And the Lumina allows him to swing an additional time this turn, so he's going to be able to swing Raiden twice in this fashion. Now, that does mean that he's representing lethal here, although Joe could block with his Tunic and Skullcap only and drop to 1 life. What a game this is.
Yeah, this is spicy. This is a great way to end off the league, I think.
Absolutely. If he lets these Raiden hits in, though, it potentially heals Jimmy as well, which makes the situation more difficult. He's letting the first hit in. 4 damage. The heal hits, but it's via the Vanguard, not a card that you actually want to lose. Now the second Raiden swing, it's going to be the armor block, I think. I think Joe's going... Oh, no, okay, it looks like he's at least considering blocking from hand. I was thinking he was going to go all out here. He could block with 1 card from hand as long as it's not an attack, plus the Arcanite Skullcap. But if he blocks with an attack, it gets +1. Okay, he throws the Tunic in as well. He throws the Tunic in as well. I was afraid he was going to miss that. Okay, so he manages to block out the second... He blocks out the second Raiden swing with the Lumina Ascension. Down to 3 life here for Joe to 9 from Jimmy. Oh, he uses it. Dreamweaver's used. Wartune Herald red, but it doesn't have Go Again. No, it does have Go Again because he has the Quicken token still. So 7 Go Again and Phantasm doesn't work against it.
This is spicy. And we might even see Joe use Prism's ability this game if the Wartune hits.
Yeah, I mean, he won't be able to attack with the shield because he doesn't have Luminaris, but it would still be a hit point if he had the resources to use it.
Do you think he has another Razor?
Yeah, Razor wins game. It is possible. I wouldn't be risking it.
Yeah, maybe at least a block with like Greyforge and Tunic to prevent the Razor.
Yeah, I have no idea what's in Jimmy's hand. I think because Jimmy still has snaps up, he can afford to wait this out a little bit. There's only 1 Dreamweavers, so if Jimmy can survive this turn without giving up too much...
I'm a little surprised that he blocks with that CNC there. It depends on what else is in his hand, but it might have been prudent to keep the CNC back in case there's another Phantasm attack. You feel me?
Yeah, especially since who knows, maybe Joe whips out the Erudition that we haven't seen yet. And if there's an Erudition here, Jimmy's not going to be able to stop it without a defense reaction.
Okay, takes 3 there. He blocked 4. He took 3.
If it is Erudition, that's okay, it's Scar.
Go for a Scar, 4 Go Again.
Nice.
Oh, wait. At this point, though, if he takes the 4 and drops to 2, then he he would have his Skullcap enabled again to stop a potential erudition.
I think Jimmy needs to. I think Jimmy. Yeah. Ooh, but if it's Razor, he's dead.
Yeah, it's true. He's got to watch out for Razor. Man, this is such a wild game.
Yeah.
Oh, and the other thing is, we could see Talishar in follow-up. Talishar the Lost Prince might actually be used here, so that's at least another 4 damage coming in, which does mean that he's going to have to use something to block. So maybe you may as well block here while the Razor is still a threat.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I think Jimmy's best
you have
case
to block
scenario.
one way or the other, so he has to block. So because he has to block one way or the other, he may as well block now to prevent the risk of dying from Razor.
That's true. Because Razor is actually the best case scenario here if you block with one from hand. But I assume Joe's going to be able to keep up tempo next turn.
He has a very aggressive build.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Jimmy at all.
Well, it depends. So Jimmy might have a card like Snatch or Illuminate that he can throw out with just that. And that would actually not only threaten lethal, it would have a relevant on-hit and potentially take 2 cards.
Yep.
Or take 1 card and score an on-hit. Snatch in particular would be... Like, if he ended up having to defend with 2 of his cards, but his remaining card were a copy of Snatch, that would be quite annoying for Joe. Potentially. Depends on what Joe has, of course, but yeah.
Yeah, this is a tough block. This is a really tough block. I wonder if Jimmy's registered the Talishar. It hasn't been used yet.
I think I 1-card block this, personally. Looks like he's throwing Tunic in front of it instead. Takes
Razor.
3.
Oh, CNC.
Command and Conquer.
Shit. Yeah, that might cinch it. Unless like you said, if he has Snatch, blocking 6 here and then snatching is actually the best case scenario.
Block 6 and then Snatch red would be really annoying, I think.
The unfortunate thing is that Jimmy
why
will
did he
probably...
block that? Why did he block that with his Tunic? Was he worried about yellow Razor? If he hadn't done that, he could block an additional point here with his Skullcap and he would not have to use 2 cards.
It's a good question. You're right.
Yeah,
the red Razor would have killed him. Have we seen 3 red Razors though?
I'm not sure. See, and here's the other thing. If he had blocked with the Skullcap there plus I don't know, whatever. But if he had blocked with Skullcap plus 1 card, gone to 1 life, he could have. Oh,
Sea Strike! Sea Strike! The Sea Strike comes out.
Cataclysm, banishing 3 cards from Soul. 7 go again. He doesn't have a follow-up, but that is a lot of damage, and it is definitely representing lethal here, so we're going to have to probably see a 2-card block and some damage getting through. Jimmy is not out of this game yet. What a time for Celestial Cataclysm.
Yeah, and if Joe has block 2s like Flock and Razor in hand, this makes it a lot harder for him.
Yeah. Boy, what a game this has been, like the hypest game of the stream. What a situation.
Absolutely. I don't know, I think the chain play was pretty good.
Oh yeah, no, that's true, but that wasn't as like moment to moment exciting because it was very convoluted.
And it was slow. Yeah.
All right, double block, still takes 1 damage, down to 2 cards in hand, 2 life to 2 life, both Skullcaps off, coax a commotion coming in. If that is a copy of Razor, he can't play it because he doesn't have any resources. So Jimmy can, in theory, 1 block here, he can 1-card block here in, dude, okay, here's what would be the hypest thing ever. 1-card block, lunging press.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say lunging press would be insane.
Yeah, 3-card block, 3 defense block, lunging press for the win. Let's see it.
Jimmy has to 1-card block. He doesn't have another choice. He has to 1-card block and use his snaps next turn, to even have a shot at winning. Because otherwise he won't. He needs to get Joe in the position where Joe never has a hand, but there's just no way if Jimmy 2-card blocks that Joe will empty his hand.
Because what he really wants to do is like 1-card block, 0-cost charge attack with the charge, snaps Raiden, and then I guess he would still have another card left in that situation. Yeah. Well, he has a little bit of elbow room, assuming that he can live through this attack with a 1-card block.
And charge becomes way more impactful in the end game because of that +1 bonus when attack action. Whoa!
Soul Shield.
I don't know if that's the. I don't know if that's what I
I
would
don't
have
know
done.
what else he has in hand. Maybe he doesn't have an attack or something, but I am not sure I would have soul shielded there. I think I would have gone for the
feel
one
like
card
one
block.
card block into.
He drops one of his
Whoa.
cards. It looks like that was a Valiant Thrust red.
Yeah, that does feel like a little bit of a misplay.
Oh, you know what? He didn't have a charge. That's what it is.
Oh yeah.
He was stuck without a charge, so he does this inefficient attack. Valiant Thrust. Oh, and it's not a Valiant Thrust red. It's a Valiant Thrust yellow, so it's only 3
card.
damage. That is very unfortunate.
If I was Jimmy, I'd be a little frosted.
That's not what you want to see here.
The curse of Bolton.
That's not what you want to see here as a Bolton player at all. Yeah, that hand without a charge card has put him in trouble. This is going to be an easy 1-card block and then a big offense turn from Joe potentially. Not good for Jimmy. Not good for Jimmy.
Yeah, not at all. Maybe we'll get a reckless swing for Bolton in Everfest.
Oh, dude, imagine this. Imagine this. Joe finally uses Talishar, and Jimmy plays 2 Steelblade Shunts to win the game.
That would be bonkers. But I don't think we've seen Jimmy play Steelblade, but that would be an incredible way to end it.
We're just like spitballing the dumbest scenarios here.
Okay. So there's a razor. There has to be a razor. This is razor telegraphed.
Oh yeah.
This is or it's bait. Or it's
razor.
bait.
Otherwise, you just do E-Strike 5 go again, right? In fact, you could do E-Strike 5 go again into E-Strike 7. There's got to be a razor.
This is red razor.
Double block, red razor. That's game.
GG's.
And no, it's not necessarily game. There could be a defense reaction.
I don't think Jimmy has any left.
I don't know. Let's see if Jimmy has an option.
No way. No way.
He just needs to block 2. Even if he had like a blue, even if he had a blue sync for some reason, he'd be able to stop it. Does he have it?
He might have the soul. No, it's done.
He doesn't have it. It's game. What a game, guys!
Yeah, that was
fun.
Game. That was a great way to end the stream.
Congratulations to Joe for winning the extremely difficult Prism versus Bolton matchup with some crazy jank, but it paid off. What a game! And with that, the Hyperloops are the winners of the first season of the Flesh and Blood Competitive Team League with a 4-1 victory over Team Kitchen Fable. Congratulations to everyone from the Hyperloops community who took part in this league. What a game, dude.
Any
Man,
final
that is
closing
really
statements?
something.
Any closing statements from our league organizers?
Let's see here. You got anything for us, Tyler?
Tyler's AFK, I think.
I'm not sure if Tyler's here, so I will just say, hey, thanks to everyone who took part in the league. Thanks for the people who watched and followed. I'm looking forward to potential future seasons of this event. Stay tuned for more Flesh and Blood content. There will be the Tales of Aria preview stream coming up soon this week on my channel over at twitch.tv/tower9. Thanks again to everyone who is watching, and yeah, that I think is going to do it for this first season, the inaugural season of the Flesh and Blood Competitive Team League. I just want to give at the end a big shout out here to Tyler, the main organizer of this league. He was technically he and I are both organizers, but he was the one who I think had the main idea and did a lot of the groundwork to put this together. So big shout out to him. I think he may be AFK right now, but
yeah, sorry, the Chiefs are playing, and it's a crazy game.
All right, so Tyler is apparently watching the Chiefs play another crazy game. But big shout out to Tyler for setting up this league, and yeah, we'll see you guys later with more Flesh and Blood content.
Yeah, I appreciate everyone watching all season and just paying attention to the league. Thank you for all the teams that have been in it. Look for season 2 coming out whenever we figure out when it's going to happen. But thanks everyone, and thanks Davis for streaming so many games. Yeah,
no problem. And one other note: if people want to see some other games from this league, I think there are some on the here on the Team Kitchen Fable channel, and also if you go over to twitch.tv/tower9, I have a lot of VODs saved of other games from various times in this league. So if you want to check out some more Flesh and Blood content, there are a lot of games there, many of which have commentary.
Yeah, appreciate everyone who's involved.